I know. It's amazing how many Okay, welcome everybody. I'd like to call to order the January 17th, 2024 Lower Saucon Township Council meeting to order. May we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon?
Here.
Mr. Banonis? Mr. Carocci? Here. Ms. Atafkader?
Here.
Ms. Red?
Here. Okay, can we all stand and pledge allegiance?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, council did not need an executive session. We have no potential action on any executive session items. Next, we have the public comment procedure. As you know, we initiated a new public comment procedure on January 2nd, and that would be online for you to review. I just want to call to your attention that you are allowed now to speak under each agenda item after we all get a chance to discuss the item. And you also have an opportunity at the end on non-agenda items, and you're allowed to speak for 5 minutes. I'd ask that you state your name for the record and address the chair. Do not speak to the audience, only address the chair, and try to keep your comments succinct and without repeating, and try to keep your comments so you're not offending anybody. So that's all I ask. So with that, we're going to move on to the nice part of the meeting, which is the swearing in of 2 Lower Saucon Township officers.
Would you allow the record to reflect that I'm present?
Oh, I didn't see you come in. Yes, we have the record reflect that Mr. Banonis is now present at 6:32. Okay, so again, the swearing in of our 2 Lower Saucon officers. Council would like to welcome, and I guess I'll let you talk.
Thank you. I'd like to swear in 2 new full-time officers. The first one being Stephen Boris Jr. If you could please come up here, along with whoever you would like to pin your badge. I'll introduce Stephen for you. Stephen is a 2014 graduate of Shawnee High School in Medford, New Jersey. Served from 2014 to 2018 in the United States Marine Corps. A 2021 graduate at Coastal Carolina University with a Bachelor of Arts in History, and is a 2022 graduate from the Delaware County Police Academy. Stephen previously worked part-time with the Darby Township Police Department, which is just outside of Philadelphia in Delaware County, from January 2023 until last week, and he currently resides in Philadelphia. Judge?
Please raise your right hand for me and repeat after me. I, Stephen Boros Jr.,
I, Stephen Boris Jr.,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, defend,
that I will support, obey, defend,
and enforce the Constitution of the United States,
and enforce the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
and the ordinances of Lower Saucon Township,
and the ordinances of Lower Saucon Township,
without consideration to race,
without consideration to race,
color,
color,
sex,
sex,
religious creed, sexual orientation,
sexual orientation,
age,
age,
national origin,
ancestry,
handicap or disability,
handicap or disability,
and that I shall at no time
and that I shall at no time
divulge confidential reports
divulge confidential reports
of the department,
of the department,
nor circulate scandalous information,
nor circulate scandalous information,
and that I will discharge the duties of police officer with fidelity.
and that I will discharge the duties of a police officer with fidelity.
The next officer I would like to be sworn in is Richard Cheque. Richard, yourself and whoever would like to pin your badge. Richard is a 2017 from Conwell Egan Catholic High School in Fairless Hills, a 2022 graduate of Temple University with a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice and a minor in Public Policy, and is a 2022 graduate from the Temple University Police Academy. That's not a typo, he only had 3 days off between college and the police academy. Richard previously worked part-time with the Yardley Township Police Department in Bucks County from April of 2023 until last week. His previous chief is also in attendance tonight as well. Judge?
Again, if you'll please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Richard Cheque,
I, Richard Cheque,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, defend,
that I will support, obey, defend,
and enforce the Constitution of the United States,
and enforce the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania,
and the ordinances of Lower Saucon Township,
and the ordinances of Lower Saucon Township,
without consideration to race,
without consideration to race,
color,
color,
sex,
sex,
religious creed, sexual orientation,
age,
national origin,
ancestry,
handicap or disability,
handicap or disability,
and that I shall in no time
and I shall at no time
divulge confidential reports of the department,
divulge confidential reports of the department,
or circulate scandalous information, and that I will discharge the duties
and I will discharge the duties
of police officer with fidelity.
of a police officer with fidelity. Thank you.
Okay, welcome, Officers Cheque and Burrows. Welcome to our department. Yes.
In lieu of Priscilla's comments, I would also like to ask you to join me in welcome Officers Stephen Boros and Richard Cheque as they start their new venture as full-time officers of the Lower Saucon Township Police Department team. As you can see, there's fellow officers here in attendance. We're all excited to have them on board. And I'd also like to wish them the best of luck on a long, safe career serving the residents of Lower Saucon Township. I would also like to thank council for your continued overwhelming support of the police department. I can assure you that the officers present and those who are unable to attend tonight's meeting greatly appreciate it as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I be recognized, Priscilla?
I'm sorry?
Can I be recognized? Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to the chief for bringing the two new policemen here tonight. I hope that you find Lower Saucon welcoming and wonderful place to work. I can say that my interaction with the staff here has been wonderful, and I hope that you find support, and I thank all the police officers for coming to support you. I hope that you will find a new family here and stay here for a long time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have recognition of a police officer's retirement. We want to recognize Willie Shelley on his retirement from the police department. And I guess I'd like to thank him for all his service to Lower Saucon. He's been a long-time resident. Did you want to say something, Mark? Okay.
Willie, your wife, your daughter.
This is not going to be easy. I'd like to present this plaque to Officer Shelley. It says, Police Officer Willie Shelley, badge 1615. Thank you for your hard work, loyalty, and dedication to the residents of Lower Saucon Township and the Lower Saucon Police Department. Part-time police officer, December 4th, 2003 to March 27th, 2007. Full-time officer, March 28th, 2007 to December 31st, 2023. Thank you. Willie's been here a long time. Prior to the police department, he was also with the public works for a long time. Real quick, I can always remember when he was a mechanic in the public works department, and we took cars to a mechanic shop in Hellertown, and he was riding with me, and we got a burglary alarm, and he was in the car with me. We pulled into the driveway, and I walked around the back of the house, and there were contractors next door, and said, there were two guys in black just ran from the back of the house. Initially, I thought they were joking. Then I saw the patio door was actually open. And I'm going back many years ago. I got in the car, and I don't think Willie knew what was going on, and it sure wasn't mechanic work, because we took off. We ended up capturing the guys after a foot chase and assistance from many other departments, and Willie actually drove the police car to pick me up. So that's one thing I always remember, and I will never forget.
I was calling the guy's location off of the radio.
So thank you, Willie, for everything.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, everybody. This is always a fun part of the agenda when we have things like this. So, okay, public hearing is next for conditional use application of the Allentown SMSA Limited Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless, 4235 Lewis Avenue. The council will hold a hearing on the conditional use. And I'm going to turn the meeting over to our solicitor, Mr. Freed.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is a...
Oh, yeah, we'll just wait a couple seconds so the room clears.
Thank you. This is a conditional use hearing, application by Allentown SMSA Limited Partnership, DBA Verizon Wireless. The applicant is proposing to construct a wireless communications facility on property owned by Rocco Vecito at 4235 Lewis Avenue, which is in the Rural Agricultural Zoning District. The applicant is requesting conditional use approval as per ordinance sections 18020D3 and 180.127.1 A2A1C. The proceedings for this evening, I expect that we're not going to finish the entire proceeding tonight. The board, the council is allotting about an hour and a half for tonight's proceedings, and then we will discuss, we can discuss it at the end of the hearing proceedings, what additional date, what the next date would be for the continued hearing.
When did council decide on an hour and a half?
I don't recall any vote on
I'm
that.
asking you.
You're asking me? That was,
When did they decide on an hour and a
I
half?
don't know when they decided, that's what was
You're
communicated.
the solicitor, when was it decided?
I made that, Mark and I talked about that, so at this time, I'd like to make a motion to,
The solicitor wasn't aware of it?
Solicitor is aware of it, solicitor said it.
You weren't aware of it before the meeting? When did you become aware of it?
Why wasn't the rest of council advised of this time limit for this hearing tonight? I think that's a fair question.
You're asking me?
I'm asking you, I'm asking the president, I'm asking the manager. I'm a member of council, there's been a decision to limit the time to an hour and a half, and yet that was not communicated to the majority of council, so why is that?
I don't ever recall you referring to me and asking me any questions when you were president.
I didn't put a time limit on our meeting where there are representatives that are here from a company who've taken time to travel to this community.
And
you're holding them up. We
I'm not
never
holding
had,
them up, sir, don't speak out.
we never had a limit on time for a hearing. Ever. So again, who made that decision, and when was it notified to the solicitor, and why wasn't it in the agenda? Those are legitimate questions.
Okay, they are questions, so.
They're legitimate questions.
Well, I guess our right to know request will look into those things among others,
Well, I don't know why they can't be answered now.
because they don't want to tell.
Transparency.
Right, there's no transparency, even though they pretend to have transparency.
Have I not answered the question that I was asked?
You haven't answered when this was decided, and who decided, and why it wasn't communicated to the majority of council.
I will answer your questions. I don't know when it was decided. I don't know who decided it.
So my third question is, why wasn't all of council notified of this hour and a half time limit? Was the applicant notified about this hour and a half time limit?
I found out about it just on maybe a half hour before.
Oh, that's nice. We have plenty of time to tell your clients who traveled here and your experts who traveled here that their time will be limited. Now it's going to cost you more time because you're going to have to travel to another meeting, right?
That is correct.
Ridiculous.
Where'd you find this guy, Priscilla?
I'm sorry?
Where'd you find him, Priscilla? I'm asking you.
I can't hear you.
Where did you find this? Is your solicitor?
What is it? What is
I'm
it?
asking Priscilla.
I didn't hear what you said still.
Where did you find him?
Find who?
The solicitor.
That's not relevant to
Well,
tonight's
the township
discussion.
manager, the question, okay? The question of township manager is, why didn't you communicate that on the agenda?
Can I make a motion to end this debate?
Thank you.
Make whatever motion you want.
I'm making a motion to end this debate.
It's a legitimate
I'll
question.
second that.
Okay, transparency.
There's been
Folks, there's
a,
transparency at work.
you know what? You keep interrupting me, Jason.
What are you gonna do
okay?
about it?
I was gonna ask you,
Go ahead, gavel.
I'm not gonna gavel you, I'm gonna
You're
tell
waving your
you.
hammer around like you want to, so go ahead and do it.
Sorry, I can't for the record.
You know what? You're really being rude, and it's really uncalled for. And we need to follow our resolution that we passed, not only for the residents to follow, but also for the people up here.
How about you communicate to the council that you put a self-imposed time limit on this hearing where these folks are here? How about we start with that? You want to talk about fairness?
All right,
Keep banging,
Jason.
keep banging. What are you going to do about it? Keep
Yeah.
banging. All you
How about
want.
that
2-minute thing you had for speaking? 2 minutes. Remember
Okay,
that when
let's
you
go
put
to
in?
recess. I make a motion, there's a motion on the floor.
I renew my
What's the
motion,
motion?
my motion to end this debate.
Okay, we have two motions. All right, go ahead. Roll call, please.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you
Yes,
vote?
I vote yes.
Mr. Banonis?
What debate?
What's the vote? What's the motion?
What's the debate?
An argument.
Can you define the
I'm
debate?
not arguing about anything.
Sounds it to me. Okay,
I'll
roll
abstain for
call.
the vote since I'm not
Stop
arguing.
interrupting, the manager is in the middle of a roll
He
call.
called me and I said I'm abstaining from the vote, I'm
That's
responding to
fine.
him, so what do you want me to do? Shut up? You're speaking to him. You want me to answer his question? Shut up. Clown.
Ms. Kadora?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci?
I don't know what you're talking.
Ms. Ray?
I'm not exactly sure of the motion either. Are we not ending the argument? Was that the motion, or are we
Yes.
taking a recess? Either way, I'll say
Ending
yes.
the argument.
And if the continues, there will be a recess.
The questions, Mark?
Okay, and I will answer the question again. The manager was setting the agenda, and we were talking about time, and there's no reason why we can't assess a time limit on our agenda items.
The agenda was set on Friday and published on Friday. We're finding out about this today, on Wednesday, 4 or 5 days later.
Okay,
And the applicant only found out a half hour early. The applicant only found out.
I'll make a
half
motion
hour
and call for a recess. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
No.
Ms. Kadora?
With regret to the public who's here and the applicant who's here, because I would like to move forward, but I will recess so we can hopefully establish some decorum. Thank you.
Mr. Carocci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes, let's pause.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, well, we'll just sit here until we behave like adults.
Well, and an adult would have given notice to the applicant more than a half hour before the,
We're in recess, so you're not being recognized.
that's
We're
fine.
not in session, so there's no authority.
That's right.
We're saying
We can say whatever we want.
we've actually provided everybody else in council with notification of this hour and a half.
They certainly would have notified the applicant. Maybe they would have notified the applicant. The same thing.
Make a smile tonight, Mark. Smile.
So sure it's not out in the park lot water. Can't find it. It's cold out there.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene the meeting and the time is 6:54.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Carocci stepped away during the recess and hasn't been notified that the meeting is being reconvened. I believe he went to the men's room.
Would you continue, please, Mr. Solicitor?
He's in the hallway.
Somebody in the hallway outside.
I'll get him.
Thank you.
You want to? Hey, how are you?
So you're gonna apologize for not giving us notice about this hour and a half limit?
You're out of order.
If you apologize.
You're out of order, you're not being recognized. The meeting has been reconvened and the time is now, I'm gonna go by that clock over there.
Do we vote on opening the meeting?
59. I'm not recognized to speak. Now, pay attention. You know how the meetings run.
I have attention deficit disorder, I'm sorry.
I apologize. Okay, so, I'm sorry, again, I'm gonna let you have the floor.
With regard to the timing and the hearing, given that there's been questions raised about the timing, the amount of time, I was asked to explain how the Municipality Authority Act works, not municipality, the Municipality Planning Code works with regard to conditional uses, so that there's at least an understanding by council as to how much time they have to actually complete the hearings. So under the Municipality's Planning Code, a conditional use is to be convened within 60 days of the application. That's the first hearing. Hearing can be called, hearing can be adjourned. As long as the hearing is completed within 60 days, it's compliant. It can also be extended by the applicant. Once the hearing has been convened, there's 100 days, council has 100 days to complete the applicant's case in chief. There should not be more than 45 days between hearings, and upon the applicant's request, the applicant should have at least 7 hours to testify. Again, the applicant can extend the 100 days, the applicant can extend the 45 days. I don't expect that the 7-hour issue is going to be an issue. Once the applicant completes their case, the objectors, whoever has party status, if there is anyone with party status, and anyone opposing it, also has 100 days to complete their case. Again, unless extended, I'm familiar with a case a little bit south of here in Springfield Township that I believe took about 3 years to complete, conditional use matter. And then that's what the municipality's planning code says as far as timing goes for conducting a conditional use.
What does any of that have to do with an hour and a half time limit?
You need to be recognized.
May I be recognized?
He's-
What does any of that have to do with the hour and a half time limit tonight? What does any of that have to do with the hour and a half time limit tonight? Nothing.
We're moving on to the procedure.
Can he answer my question? Is he incapable of that? Is he incompetent?
Yeah, I can answer your question. The very first thing I said, I'm sorry, maybe I said it too quickly. But the very first thing I said was that a meeting can be called and frankly immediately adjourned, and it's still compliant with the municipality's planning code. So, is there, I don't know if there's a claim that we're not doing this in accordance with the municipality's planning code.
Well, I mean,
I think you're stringing along the applicant to make them come to multiple meetings to waste their time and money so that they can't have a decision on this, is what I think.
And the record will reflect the opinion of Mr. Banonis.
I'd argue from a transparency point of view, why weren't they told prior to a half hour before the meeting, and why wasn't the rest of council told? Why wasn't it just simply put on the agenda on Friday that this would be an hour and a half hearing? Problem solved. Why wasn't it done?
And in future, it will be.
So just say you made a mistake and apologize, and we can move on.
I'm not apologizing for anything. So, can we move on?
Can I be recognized and suggest that we at least start the process? I think there's some procedural things that we need.
We can't hear you.
I said, if I could be recognized, I would like us just to start the process. I think there's some procedural things we're gonna need to take, that are gonna take some time. I'm inclined to just move forward if we may, as the applicant's counsel.
Yeah, since you're raising the issue, just to complete the record, you had reached out to me, I think, this afternoon,
Yes.
maybe earlier this afternoon, just to talk about the process and the procedure for the
That is correct,
right?
yes.
So initially, what I'd like to do, having discussed the timing, the council has a number of exhibits that I'd like to mark. For the record, I have provided counsel for the applicant with a copy of the exhibits. Council Exhibit 1 is the conditional use submission from the applicant. Council Exhibit 2 is the public notice and proof of advertising. Council Exhibit 3 is the Lower Saucon Township conditional use public hearing posting. Council Exhibit 4 is the affidavit of posting. Council Exhibit 5 is the affidavit of mailing. Council Exhibit 6 is the Hanover Engineering Review Letter. Council Exhibit 7 is the Lower Saucon Township Planning Commission motion with regard to this conditional use application. And Council Exhibit 8 is a zoning hearing board decision from November 17, 2004, related to Rocco and Heather Messina. Does the applicant have an objection to any of the exhibits?
The applicant takes issue with Exhibit C8, the zoning hearing board decision, just being submitted without the context of the minutes and other documentation related to that zoning appeal.
Okay. So what we'll do is for this evening, we'll admit exhibits C1 through C7, and we will withhold making a ruling with regards to C.
Thank you.
So the next step in this process is to see if there's any folks out there that would like to have party status in this proceeding. Just a brief explanation. Party status is available to people who might be impacted by the use at issue in the application. What party status does is it allows you to fully participate in the hearing. You have the ability to present your own case. You have the ability to present your own efforts. You have the ability to cross-examine other parties' witnesses. It also provides you with at least the ability to appeal to the Court of Common Pleas if you're unhappy with the results of the council's decision on the conditional use hearing. I will note that just because you're given party status before this council doesn't necessarily mean that the Court of Common Pleas is going to give you party status. The standards are a little bit more rigorous in front of the Court of Common Pleas. However, if you don't have party status here, you're essentially waiving your ability for party status in front of the Court of Common Pleas. That all said, you do not need to be a party to comment. There will be an opportunity at the end of the hearing, which may not be tonight, because the hearing may continue beyond tonight. There will be an opportunity at the end of the hearing for people to comment who don't have party status. So if that's the issue and you want to make sure that your voice is heard and you have an opinion about this, you do not need party status. There will be an opportunity at the end of the hearing proceedings to make a comment. So with all that said, does anyone here tonight seek party status?
Mr. Freed, my name is, and you stay with me. You can't hear? You can't hear? Use the mic.
Speak in the microphone.
Sorry. It has to be green, green lights on.
It is. My name is Michael Deschler. I'm an attorney in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. My address is 44 East Broad Street, Suite 210, Bethlehem, PA 18018. I am here representing Danielle Yanchuk, Bilal Khan, and Russell Sutton, all of whom are property owners in the immediate vicinity of the proposed cell tower.
Can I ask you to spell your clients' names and give me their addresses?
I can spell their names.
Okay. Will you be presenting them for testimony with regard to standing?
Yes,
So the names are?
Danielle Yanchuk, Y-A-N-C-H-U-K. Your address is
2148
2148
Saucon Avenue,
Saucon Avenue, Bethlehem, PA 18015. Russell Sutton, S-U-T-T-O-N,
2133 Saucon Avenue.
2133 Saucon Avenue, Bethlehem, PA 18018. Mr. Khan got that?
that was
I will obtain Mr. Khan's address.
Oh, I do. 2153 Saucon Avenue.
2153 Saucon Avenue, Bethlehem, PA 18015 for Mr. Khan.
Okay, would you like to present testimony with regard to their standing?
Sure.
I will agree that Mrs. Yamchuk has standing as one of the property owners that received notice within the requisite radius. I would object to the other two having not been in that required radius for receipt of notice.
So we do not need Ms. Yanchak's testimony, but we will need the other two clients first.
Can I ask if Ms. Daly owns property in the area?
Yes, I have some questions for her.
Should she recuse herself?
I have, we can get to that now, or let's
process
that, and then I will be asking some questions of council. Go ahead, Attorney General.
Would you state your name, please?
Russell Sutton,
And where do you reside, Mr. Sutton?
2133 Saucon Avenue.
And you own that property?
Yes, I do.
And what is the relative location of that property to the proposed cell tower?
Right across the street.
Objection, it's not right across the street. The properties right across the street are identified.
Depends where you're putting it. You have 3 different locations.
It's perpendicular, but I live real close to Priscilla. I'm her neighbor. So I'm behind Priscilla, so it affects me.
How far do you live from the Vecino property, from the property itself?
About maybe 300-400 feet.
And would the erection of the cell tower in its proposed location have an impact on your property and on you?
Yes, it would.
And what do you believe the impact would be?
The impact is scenic, one thing. 2, I don't know what the ramifications are of the cell tower. I moved to that area specifically because I didn't want high tension lines or cell towers in my vicinity. And I'm just concerned about it and also the safety.
Would the cell tower be visible from your property?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
What are you basing it on that is going to be visible from your property?
How tall is the tower?
No, she gets to ask
I'm
questions.
asking you the question.
I'll be able to see it from my property.
What are you basing that on?
What am I basing that on? It's 175 feet tall. I definitely would see it.
It is not 175 feet tall.
I'll be able to see it from my property and interfere with my view. And it disrupts the scenery of the nature of where I live. And that's why I chose to live there. And I didn't want to interfere with a tower sticking out of the woods.
I continue my objection that it is not within the requisite radius that the township has set for those property owners that would be affected by the conditional use that's before council this evening.
I got a question. When did you move there?
You have to be addressed. You have to address the council. Okay, you're not doing that, Tom, so you're not recognized.
He has it recognized.
Well, yes, after you ask.
How long?
35 years ago.
35 years ago, you were worried about cell phone towers. 35 years ago, you were worried about cell phones. That's what you said. You said you moved there because you didn't want to. 35 years ago, you were worried
You
about
do
cell phones.
not badger whip people.
I'm not. I'm asking you a question. 35 years ago, were you worried about cell phone? 35 years ago, were
You're
you
out of order.
worried about cell phone towers?
You said power.
I did not want them in my vicinity, that's why I moved there.
35 years ago.
35, because of the scenic value where I am, because of the nature of the forest and the stuff that you're destroying on a regular basis.
But it wasn't a cell phone tower. That wasn't your concern.
Excuse me?
35 years ago, a cell phone tower was not your concern.
Power lines too?
Right, the power lines, but not the cell phone tower.
Anything that would obstruct my view of the forest is my concern. Do you understand that? No, I guess you don't.
Can I be recognized?
Can he be recognized?
Sure, go ahead.
Isn't there a big water tower that's there as well?
The water tower is covered by, you can't see it for the trees, but due to the recent forestry, now you can see.
So there's a water tower that you can see.
I know there's a water tower, but the water tower is not as high as a cell tower.
What's the elevation? What's above sea level?
The
top of water
elevation
tower?
of the cell tower is...
No, the water tower, not the cell tower. The water, talking about the water tower.
Say again?
What's the elevation at the top of the water tower?
Probably 60 feet.
Is, maybe the applicant can answer this question, maybe you can. I'll ask it to you first. Is the top of the water tower higher than the top of the proposed cell tower, if you know?
Is the top of the water tower...
Yeah, did you hear me? I said, is the top of the water tower higher than the top of the cell phone tower, if you know?
The cell tower is going to be higher than the water tower.
Okay? But the water tower doesn't bother you, but the cell phone tower is going to bother you because of the height.
The water tower is a necessity because it supplies us with water. The cell tower is not a
I didn't ask
necessity.
you about necessities, sir. I didn't ask you about necessities. And that's your assessment as to what's necessary and what's not. Okay? I'm asking you about the elevation, the height.
Elevation is about 60 feet. Is that good enough?
I don't think you really answered my question, but we'll...
I did answer it, 60 feet.
Okay, we're not even...
I said a comparison, sir.
You're
Comparison.
harassing me.
No, I'm not harassing you. I'm asking you questions. You chose to come to this meeting, you chose to speak during this meeting, and I have the opportunity to ask you questions. That's the way this works. If you don't want me to ask you questions, don't come here.
And I answered your question.
You're
60 feet.
argumentative, Jason.
I'm not
Yes,
argumentative.
you
The
are.
gentleman's arguing with me.
My opinion is you're argumentative.
I'm not asking your opinion.
I'm running this meeting, so, all right, you won't be recognized then.
Okay, let's see how that goes.
Well, then we'll just...
And on what basis are you saying that your property is 300 to 400 feet away? Because Mrs. De Leon's house is over 500 feet away from where the monopole is proposed to be located. And if you live on the other side of her, you would be further than that away.
I'll still be able to see.
And again, I renew my objection because there's no basis formed of visibility as well as proximity.
You can see everything with all the logging that happened.
So you recognize?
They,
No.
I'm sorry, I have ADHD.
Yeah. So do I understand.
I would recommend that Mr. Sutton be granted our stance. We can proceed allowing him to act as though his party status and all the rule when the council issues its decision to make the final.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
We can proceed as though he has party status, and then the council can make that determination when they issue the final decision. Do you have another witness?
He is not here tonight.
Okay, so then we're not going to rule on that.
Can we wait to do that?
If he appears at the next meeting, he
I
can,
anticipate that he will be present at the next meeting.
but unless and until that point.
Well, I'm going to have to object because everybody was given notice to come to tonight's hearing, and for all intents and purposes, I could conclude all my testimony and evidence this evening, in which case Mr. Khan would not be here present to be able to be a party to the matter. So I renew my objection if he's not present this evening to be able to provide documentation or confirmation on the record that he should be given party status. He should not be given party status or an opportunity to come later. He certainly has the ability, as you referenced earlier, to be able to make statements at the end, but I would object to him having party status if he's not present.
Since we're not going to make a ruling on it tonight, so we can address that.
Now, have you recognized?
Sure, Tom,
I
go
have a
ahead.
question for Ken. Did you know that this witness was not going to be here?
Did I know?
Yeah.
How would I know?
Well, did you communicate with Mr. Deschler? Is this the reason for the hour and a half time?
Oh my God.
Did you communicate with Mr. Deschler about his witnesses not being available?
I did not.
And needing another,
I did communicate with your son
Yes.
What was the nature of that communication?
The nature of the communication was a letter that he sent to the township requesting that the matter be continued beyond tonight.
And that's when you set the hour and a half limit?
Okay, I understand the ADHD thing, but I think I've said about a dozen times that I did not set the hour and a half.
Why have we seen this letter? This letter requesting that this matter be continued was not provided to the majority council.
The council.
Well, the solicitor apparently received it. and
I provided it to the solicitor because it was from a lawyer, for the lawyers.
So I think I'm still recognized. So instead of the continuance, you just put an hour and a half limit on the meeting. So that he could show up another night. Is that true, Mr. Dutton?
We've already addressed that issue.
So that who could show up another day?
Your witness, Mr. Bilal, is it?
No, my son, who is on a vacation that he takes once a year, requested it so he could be present. It had nothing to do with Mr. Khan.
Okay.
So,
And that is what the letter said.
that's what the letter said, and I responded to the letter, and you were copied on that,
I
right?
did receive that.
And my response to the letter was, I was not gonna make any determination about a continuance or extent. Well, I said it's noticed and we're moving forward, but as far as whether or not we're gonna complete the hearing tonight or another night, that'll be something that will be discussed at the hearing.
That is exactly what your response
Thank
was.
Okay. The record's straight on that, okay. Okay, can we continue?
I believe we're done with party status, so I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Okay, so nobody else raised their hand?
I'm sorry, is there anyone else who is seeking party status? No? Okay.
Okay,
So then
so
you,
let the record reflect that there's only 3 individuals seeking party status.
only 3 individuals seeking party status, one you consented to.
Yeah, raise your hand.
No.
She received it.
My name is Sonia Miller. I live at 2116 Saucon Avenue. My property does not meet with Vistos, but I did receive a letter from their lawyer to come to the meeting. So if Russell lives closer than I do, why did I receive a letter from their lawyer?
The notifications were based on GIS from the county, and the county spits out who's in that geographic area, and we have to use the mailing addresses that are based on that according to the ordinance. So I can't answer the question except to say that the GIS has identified that property owner's property to be within the requisite radius.
So ma'am,
Russell's property is closer than mine.
Are you seeking party status?
Yes.
And can you spell your last name for me?
It's Miller, and the first name is Sonia, S-O-N-J-A.
Given that Ms. Miller received a written notice, do you have any objection?
I do not have any objection.
You have party status.
May I be recognized?
Sure.
This question is for our engineer. Are you able to pull up, is there a way to pull up a map of Saucon Avenue to just identify the location of the proposed objectors?
I don't have any way of doing it right now.
Okay. Maybe pending the length of this hearing, if we do extend beyond to another hearing, as counsel, I would like to see what the location is of the applicant vis-a-vis the 4 proposed objectors.
If I may, the map is in the township's packet. It was
Okay.
attached to the affidavit of mailing. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was trying to.
No, thank you. Do you know what exhibit that is?
So that is part of the
C1.
C5 affidavit of mailing. That is the map that the GIS gave us from.
Give me a moment, I'm just trying to figure out.
Sure. It's the page right before the cover page saying Exhibit C6.
Okay, you said the notice of public hearing is just after that?
So It's the affidavit of mailing, which is C5, and the last.
C5. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, our packet is sticking together.
No, that's fine. It's the page, this is the cover page that says Exhibit C6. It's
Yeah.
the page immediately before that.
Okay, I'm getting close, I promise.
No. And it looks like this.
It's after all the mailings to the people.
And just while you're finding it, what happens is you're required to go on the Northampton County GIS map, and you identify the property that's the subject of the hearing, and then it provides you with a radius, and then provides the addresses and the tax parcel numbers of those properties.
Okay, is it possible to show that exhibit to Mr. Sutton?
Well, I can tell you that Mr. Sutton lives on the other side of the cul-de-sac, so he would not be within that radius. Would be number 2.
Okay, so Mr. Leon has identified number 2. Can you look at number 2 and see if number 2 is, will you agree that number 2 is in fact Mr. Sutton's property?
I can't tell him this, which one he is, but I know he is on the other side of the cul-de-sac, as is Mr. Khan.
Could we show this to Mr. Sutton?
This is, can we go off the record just for a second, because it'll be easier for me than her trying to pick up, if I could just show him.
I'm okay with it.
She wants to go off the
I just going to go off the record for a second, so I can explain to him what I'm talking about, and then we can go back on.
That's fine,
Okay.
we're off.
Yes, okay. We can go back. Number 2 on that tax map is Mr. Sutton's property, as he just identified.
Okay. Does our township staff have the ability to pull this up to show on the big screen?
Google Map.
I don't want to go through all that. Maybe if it's okay, we could just have it marked, like with an X or something, or let the record reflect that number 2 on this map, that's part of exhibit, C5? C5 or C6?
C5.
C5, so the map, the colored map on C5 that depicts all of the residents within this radius. There are numbers on each parcel, property parcel, and that everybody's agreeing that parcel number 2 is in fact Mr. Sutton's property. I think that would be sufficient if we could just make that part of the record, if that's okay.
I don't have an objection. I know that he lives on that cul-de-sac, I just didn't know which parcel.
Okay, and then I'm sorry, the last name of the last objector was
Miller.
Miller, and Miller was within?
Yes.
Was within, so she's not, you're not objecting to her status?
I did not.
Okay, and we don't know Mr. Khan's parcel number?
I know that Mr. Khan is either 3, 4, 5, or 6.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay,
I know.
well, that narrows it down for me, so thank you.
I know he's on the other side of the cul-de-sac, but I don't know which one.
Okay, thank you.
I can identify Simon. She can too.
I don't have any other questions, I thought that would be helpful for my understanding
Oh,
of
Mr. Khan's
the objectors.
Mr. Khan is number 5.
Is number 5, so everybody's agreeing that Mr. Sutton is number 2 and Mr. Khan is number 5? Okay.
Mr. Sutton.
That's all the questions I have, thank you, Ms. Leon.
Okay, can we continue with the hearing, please?
I have to preserve for the record the fact that Ms. De Leon lives across the street. She is an immediate property owner, and I would ask whether you are in a position to need to recuse yourself if you are going to be biased in rendering a decision on the conditional use request that is going to be ultimately decided by this council.
Okay.
And the reason I have to ask is I need to preserve it for the record.
I understand, I've been here a long time, I understand. Okay, so my process is to call the State Ethics Commission, explain to them the situation, and they issued an advice for me, and I'm allowed to participate in these hearings.
Can I see that?
And just, if I can say though, the
Public record.
the state ethics would be looking at whether or not you have a pecuniary interest in the matter, which you likely would not have a pecuniary
Right.
interest, because you would not be paid for a legal interest. My question though to you is whether you would be biased in rendering a decision when a communications tower is proposed immediately across the street from you. It's different than
I understand.
ethics making a determination as to whether or not you have an interest that would be involved in the granting or denial of a conditional use request. This is more of whether there would be a bias in you rendering a decision in the matter.
So can I, just for clarity, so you're not saying it's, the claim is not based on the ethics code, it's based on a generalized bias?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it could potentially become a pecuniary interest if there's going to be an argument made as to whether or not the wireless communication facility is going to have an adverse impact on property values, in which case there is a value associated with Ms. De Leon's property. So that is going to be part of the argument presented, that I would argue that she also then has pecuniary interest because she could be adversely affected from, if that's going to be the argument that's made. Obviously, that's not the argument I'm going to make, but if that's going to be an argument that's made or presented by Ms. De Leon, that her property is going to be negatively impacted by the tower, it would be a pecuniary interest.
Okay, on January 2nd, I took an oath of office, and I swore to uphold the truth and whatever else I don't know, we just heard the oath tonight. And I look at each case, and I don't have a bias, and it's what it is, so I don't.
But would there have been a reason why then, when Mr. Viscuto's property was before council back in whatever it was, 2004, and in that case, you made a determination that you needed to recuse yourself in the
I don't think I recused myself, I voted on that.
You voted on, I believe that the minutes show that you said you should not be involved in the determination of whether or not there should be an objection made
I
at
don't
the
remember, I
hearing.
have to see the minutes, I don't recall that. So, I don't recall that, and that's a different situation.
Well, it's a zoning matter involving the same property, and you did appear as an interested party in Mr. Viscuto's zoning board hearing.
I'd have to see the minutes, I don't recall, that was a long time
I want to
ago.
ask some questions.
I'm speaking with Ms. Durso right now.
Again, I just have to preserve for the record.
I understand, totally, and I want the record to reflect that I'm not biased, so.
I have no other questions of Ms. De Leon, but if Mr. Banonis does. Or you have a question for me, Mr. Banonis, or Ms. De Leon?
I just have a general question, maybe you can answer this. May I be recognized?
Absolutely.
Thank you. What changed from 2004 when you had a conflict that you identified that prevented, hold on, I'm not done asking the question, that indicated you had a conflict then, you recused yourself, and now 2024, where you perceive that you don't have that same conflict? What's the difference?
I don't recall, Jason, I just said that, didn't you listen?
No, I'm not asking you don't recall. I understand you don't recall having recused yourself, but I'm saying let's assume that you did. Let's assume that what Ms.
No, we
Durso here
can't
tells
assume.
us.
I'm not answering
Let me
your
finish
question.
the question. Ms. Durso, I'm sure you have some record that reflects this, all right? We're not making these things up. You're a member of the bar. You're here.
I have not been able to locate all of the minutes, but I do have the minutes from the zoning board hearing, in which case Mrs.
I
De
believe I was
Leon.
the chair of that matter at the time, right?
You were, and that she participated as an interested party in the matter and provided testimony, at least according to the minutes.
May I be recognized?
Sure, Tom.
Okay. All right, we had a planning commission meeting on this in December. You were there, Ms. Durso.
Yes.
And Ms. De Leon spoke as a resident and said that this would adversely affect her property value. Remember, she spoke as a resident, not as a council member. And she said it would adversely, at that meeting, that it would adversely affect her property value. And she was against it. So she's already showed her bias prior to this hearing. Because she spoke at a public meeting, a planning commission meeting, where she showed her bias. She said she's against it because it would adversely affect her property.
I don't recall exactly what she said, but she was present there, and she did advise the planning commission that she was there as, I believe, as a citizen, yes. I don't know, I don't want to put words in her mouth, I don't know exactly.
Okay, when she spoke negatively about the project, would you classify it as that?
I would classify she didn't speak positively about it, so I guess you could infer.
So there's a negative bias there? How could someone in December,
It's up to this,
how could someone in December speak negatively about a cell phone tower process? And then, when the hearing starts, saying they are unbiased and willing to listen to all the hearing testimony and come to an unbiased decision? How can you be biased 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, with expressing a negative opinion against this project, and then sit at a hearing and say you're unbiased, you're willing to listen to all the testimony from Mr. Deschler's clients and from the applicant as unbiased? How does that work?
that really is not for me.
Mr. Solicitor, how does that work? Well, are you allowed to be biased at one meeting but unbiased at other meetings?
Yeah. I will tell you, I find it somewhat ironic that we're talking about bias when we seem to have clearly drawn lines based on the questions and the arguments that are being made on this dais.
So public statements at a planning
You understand my
commission?
point, sir?
No. So public statements at a planning commission meeting, what do they mean? In this context of this hearing, anything?
Well, here's the good news. There's not going to be a vote tonight, so we don't have to make a determination on whether or not she needs to vote or not.
And I'm voting.
But what about even conducting the hearing? Should someone with bias even be allowed to conduct it?
She can conduct the hearing.
In your opinion?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, sir, Mr. Deschler?
Section 603 of the second-class township code provides in part, a member of the board shall not be disqualified from voting on any issue before the board solely because the member has previously expressed an opinion on the issue in either an official or unofficial capacity. That's your second-class township code.
I've worked with Mr. Deschler over the years, and I appreciate that. He's always prepared. I would have loved to have heard that from our solicitor, that the township taxpayers are actually paying, but apparently that's a little beyond him. But thank you, Mr. Deschler, for that excellent explanation.
Well,
Can I
now
cut to
that
the chase right away?
Mr. Deschler has said that, I guess I'm not going to change my mind and go with the same answer I already gave. Thank you, sir.
And again, I was
Still only
just,
be recommended.
my question was to ask whether you would have, whether you could make the decision and not be biased. And that was the intent of my question, which you have answered.
Thank you for being prepared, Mr. Deschler. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have hired you.
The credit goes to my son.
Thank him for me. Perhaps we should have hired you as solicitor.
Okay, Jason? Sure, Jason.
Mr. Deschler, have you seen a copy of this December 27, 2023 letter that Mrs. De Leon had referenced as providing advice to her by the State Ethics Commission?
I have not.
Okay.
I have not. I believe I asked for it at one of the council meetings, but it was not provided. I had two opinions
Well,
from the
this one,
state ethics.
I'm not done. This one is dated December 27, 2023. This seems to be a newer one. There was an earlier one that came up when you were before us. I believe it was perhaps in October.
I believe so, yes.
So, do you have that one?
I don't have either of them.
You don't have either one?
I don't have either one. I was aware that a statement was made at the October
So
council that
Mrs.
she
De Leon is asking you to take her word based upon her reading and interpretation of this, that's what it says. You haven't seen the actual documents themselves.
I have not. I would, if we could, I wouldn't mind getting copies of both of those, and then, because obviously we're not going to conclude this evening, and I will review them.
You may want to send a right to know request because it seems to be very difficult getting information out of this council.
Be a team player.
I was going to volunteer this as exhibits, but I'm not familiar with the process. I don't know how to do that. So I have both of them right here. The conditional use for the variances, which I don't think is appropriate for tonight's meeting, but I do have the new one with the conditional use that I called and got it. So I, thought ahead and I'm prepared. So
That's fine.
And
If Mr. Freed, if Attorney Freed could email that to me at his convenience.
Why don't we mark those as Council Exhibit 9 and Council Exhibit 10, and we will provide copies.
Yeah, I guess I have to object to the
All
I
right,
haven't
so
seen them.
we'll-
I just haven't seen them yet. I
I'll
haven't seen them yet.
I will mark them.
I can't allow somebody to come in without seeing them.
I will mark them as C9 and C10, and then without admitting them, and then we can
That would be
address
thank
it.
you.
you want both of them, right? You want both of them, right?
It's up to you what you want.
But it's a public record, anybody can get it from the Ethics Commission. Okay, can we continue because the time is clicking, and I have marked down 7:05 is when we started this.
Okay, 7:05, so I have till 8:30?
Just keep going. Just go.
I'll make a motion to extend it by a half an hour, give 2 hours.
I'll second.
Motion on the floor.
Roll call,
Please
please.
stop bickering.
Ms. Padera, how do you vote?
Half an hour. It's a peace offering.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
Yes,
Ms. Ray, how do you vote?
half an hour.
Oh,
Ms. Banono, how do you vote?
No,
Mr. Banonis?
Yes.
Motion fails.
okay, so we just wasted a couple minutes, I'm sorry, Kate. Okay, so where were we?
May I proceed with my case
Yes,
in
please
chief?
do.
I'm going to present the board with an exhibit package containing 18 exhibits. I'm going to take them through the various witnesses.
Thanks.
I'm sorry. I know. Yeah.
Oh, you're, thank you. You're good.
Does everybody have one? Just for the board's indulgence, I have 3 witnesses with me. The first witness is a site acquisition representative. It's going to talk about
Can I
how
have quiet in the room, please, so she can speak out of respect?
the site acquisition representative who is going to provide testimony with regard to how the property was determined. We have a civil engineer with us who's going to talk about the specifics of the site, and we have a radio frequency engineer who's going to talk about radio frequency and how these facilities operate. So I only say that in case you have specific questions. They might be geared to another witness, but we'll take it in time. Do you want to swear all 3 witnesses in at the same time, if I may?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear by Almighty God or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please answer, I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record
Sue Manchel,
and spell your last name.
Manchel.
And Ms. Manchel, where do you work?
Wireless Access Technologies.
And is your company a consultant for Verizon Wireless?
Yes.
And are you known in the industry as being a site acquisition consultant?
Yes.
Is Verizon Wireless licensed by the FCC to provide wireless services in Lower Saucon Township and the surrounding area?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked in the exhibit package as exhibit applicant 1 is exhibit 1, copies of the various FCC licenses maintained by Verizon Wireless as either Saucon Partnership or as Verizon Wireless in this geographic area.
Yes.
Do these licenses authorize the wireless communication facility that's proposed at the subject property?
Yes. Yes.
Is the subject property located at 4235 Lewis Avenue?
Yes.
And as noted earlier, the owner of the subject property is Rocco and Heather Vecito.
Yes.
Have the owner signed a lease agreement with Verizon Wireless authorizing submission for the approvals?
Yes.
Was a copy of the redacted lease provided with the conditional use application?
Yes.
Is a copy of the lease also included in Council's Exhibit 1 conditional use submission? Can you repeat that, sir? Can't really hear.
Yeah, that's why I was
Maybe
wondering.
the microphone, maybe the one in front, yeah, slide that over. That should be on, maybe you can hear me.
Can't hear me, or?
No,
No.
can't hear her.
Okay, sorry, sorry. I said, was a copy of the redacted lease provided with the conditional use application?
Yes.
And is a copy of that redacted lease also included in council's exhibit C1 as part of the conditional use submission?
Yes.
With regard to the subject property, it is located within the rural agricultural zone, correct?
Correct.
And are tower-based communication facilities permitted by conditional use in this zone?
Yes.
Is the subject property over 10 acres in size?
Yes.
And what is currently located on the property?
Residential home, some additional structures, there's some wooded areas on the property as well.
And why was this property chosen by you on behalf of Verizon Wireless?
It was in an area where our radio frequency engineer wanted us to be. It's located in the RA zone. It's over 10 acres, large enough to make the setbacks, and there's existing dense vegetation on the property.
And
Was.
okay. Ms. De Leon, you just said you were going to be able to not be biased.
I'm listening, but I'm not gonna sit here and listen to lies. Go ahead.
I'm not lying.
Yeah, well, you review my objection, Ms. De Leon. If you're going to provide commentary, then you can't be. And
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said
I
that.
think it shows the bias.
Shows the box, she should recuse herself from the meeting.
Address the chair, please. Let Mr. Durso continue.
You're the one that interrupted her with your comment.
why was this specific location on the property selected?
It meets the setbacks to the property lines in the home.
Will Verizon Wireless maintain the insurance required by the ordinance?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked in the exhibit package as Exhibit A2. Is Exhibit A2 a copy of the certificate of liability insurance as required by the zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Has the required notice of an emergency contact been provided?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked in the exhibit package as Exhibit 3. Is Exhibit 3 the required contact name and phone number that's required to be at the site?
Yes.
And this would be posted at the site in addition to being provided to the township?
Yes, it will be posted.
Were you present at the Planning Commission meeting on December 21st, 2023?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, did the Planning Commission recommend conditional use approval contingent on satisfying the comments in Hanover Engineers review letter?
Yes.
And although I know it's in Council's exhibit package, but for the record, is Exhibit 4 in the packet a copy of the recommendation from the Planning Commission?
Yes.
And it's dated January 10th, 2024, the letter.
Yes.
Has compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act commenced as required for a wireless communication facility?
Yes.
Does part of that analysis include having a Phase 1 environmental assessment completed at the property?
Yes.
Does it also include providing various notifications to any Indian tribes that might be affected, the Pennsylvania Historic Museum Commission, and other related entities?
Yes.
As required by the ordinance, I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 5. Is Exhibit 5 the relevant portion of the Phase 1, confirming the summary and no issues from a Phase 1 perspective?
Yes.
That is all the questions I have of Ms. Manshell.
Cross-examine.
Ms. Manchell, just a couple questions.
Sure.
You referenced existing intense vegetation at the site.
Yes.
When was the last time you were at the site?
A few months ago, but we do have photo studies.
Can you hear?
Oh, she could talk louder.
We do have photo simulations that we will show you.
From when?
When were they taken?
Wait, it's my turn.
Sorry.
Okay. And why is existing intense vegetation a factor in your site selection?
It does minimize the visual impact of the tower.
Are you aware that significant logging has taken place in this site in the
Yes.
last 4 months?
Yes.
Have you witnessed the site post-logging?
Like I said, I wasn't there. I was there a couple months ago, but we do have photo simulations that were done a week ago.
Okay, I understand, but just, you haven't seen the site as it currently exists post-logging, correct?
No.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect,
I'm
or do you
gonna,
want to ask your questions first?
let's see if council has any questions.
Sure.
and you can get to that. Council have any questions?
I do have a question. Can I be recognized?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In going through Exhibit A1, you talked about, and forgive me if I get the terminology of this particular expert, that you were advised that the Vecito property was in the area for a frequency tower that Verizon was looking for. I think you used that terminology. You said that this property was identified as a property within an area.
Yeah, she's talking about, you testified that the radio frequency engineer identified the area.
Yes, radio frequency,
Sorry, I didn't mean to
yes.
put words in
Sorry
your
about
mouth.
that.
Okay.
I didn't understand.
Sorry, so the
Yeah,
radio
no
frequency,
problem.
that's the expert. The radio frequency engineer advised you that the Vecito property was within the area of, for a cell phone tower. Is that right? Am I saying this right?
So typically what happens is, and Andy Peterson will testify to this more specifically, so you'll probably, get more depth information. But we get an area that will work for our engineers, that we have to look in. And what I do is I review the ordinances to select a property. At first, I look for any existing structures. Well, I'll review the ordinances, look for any existing structures, pick a property where the township wants us to locate the tower. And this
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but you said where the township wants you to pick the
yeah,
property?
so the township has zoned this
Oh, based on the
RA,
zoning, okay.
based on the zoning.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
RA, this is where the township directs us to, build a tower, so that's what I do.
Okay, and what is the approximate size of the area that you are looking at? Like when you are given an area, can you tell me like how many square miles?
I would say this is what, about a quarter?
If you don't know the answer, you don't have to.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to, I think it's about a quarter of a mile, I think. I'm positive.
Okay, so, and maybe the radio frequency engineer can answer that question.
Yeah, he can answer it more specifically.
And do you know whether the area included just Lower Saucon or if it included any other municipalities?
No, just Lower Saucon.
It included just Lower Saucon?
Yes.
Do you know how the radio frequency engineer comes to determine this area?
He's going to have to testify to that.
Because that might make it easier. So the radio frequency engineer is going to explain how the technology works, how an area is determined to be needed, how a site then is determined based on what the height needs to be, existing structures and whatnot.
She's all that.
Yeah, she's not trying to not answer your question, but that would be his role.
Okay, and you use the information that he provides you to then move to the next?
Select a site location.
Okay. How many property owners did you approach for a location?
I would say about 5, approximately. I mean, I can tell you, what did I tell him? Yeah, so we went to the Bushkill Motorcycle Club.
Okay.
They were not, eventually they were not, they didn't want a tower on the property. Went to the landfill, because as you know, they're expanding, or they want to expand. They said no. I went to the PP&L towers, and they're going to replace that whole line. So they did not allow us to go on their property, to use the tower. Because sometimes we'll use PP&L towers, we don't like to use them, but they're replacing those towers, so they said no.
Okay, would you agree with me that the landfill property, the PP&L property, and the motorcycle club property are all located higher than the Vecino property, like from I guess we would call ground level up if you were looking up the mountain?
When we looked at the motorcycle club property, they wanted us near the train tracks. Do you know?
Wanted you near the
The
train?
motorcycle club. They didn't want us up the mountain because
Okay.
they use that for going up and, their motorcycle club, right, to climb.
Did your radio frequency engineer specify whether they wanted the tower to be at the railroad track height level or further up the mountain?
They approved the location further down. They approved the location, nearest to the railroad track.
So you could have a tower that's next to the railroad tracks as opposed to on the Vecino property?
It would have been a use variance as well at that location. I forget how tall that tower was going to be. Had to be much taller than this tower.
Had you approached the fire company?
No.
Had you approached any
A
of?
much smaller property.
Had you,
Can I just say one thing?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. When I look at the ordinance, and the ordinance directs me to select a property. So this property, so the ordinance says it has to be over 10 acres. The fire company is not over 10 acres.
okay, so you
I
were
really,
specifically trying to find 10 acres as a minimum?
yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not there are any 10-acre parcels below the Vecino property?
I think I'm just going to object because she's not required to exhaust every single property in order to provide for conditional use. The conditional use criteria is that we meet the ordinance requirements and not that they have to eliminate every single property within the township for availability for a tower.
I'm not making any conclusion as to what the legal standard is. I'm just curious. I just would like to know what other properties she sought and whether she's familiar with the other properties within that area.
I am. I'm very familiar.
Okay, so can you repeat the question
Sure.
back to me? I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question back?
Question, do you know whether or not there are any 10-acre parcels below the Vecino property?
So when you say below, you mean north?
If you are standing at the railroad tracks and everything at the railroad tracks would be above the railroad tracks. And so if you identify Mr. Vecino's property in relation to the railroad tracks, can you identify anything between the railroad tracks and Mr. Vecino's property that would be with at least 10 acres?
What do you mean? This is the
I don't know what she's asking.
I don't really understand what you're asking either. Are you trying to get at, did I look at any other properties over 10 acres? Because the answer is I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of houses that are next to the railroad tracks, so very small properties. The motorcycle club is the largest property, so I tried to look for the largest properties to put these towers.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, you're not sure if any of the properties that are in between the railroad tracks and Mr. Vecino's property, you're not sure whether any of those properties are 10 acres?
It's not, I don't think so, no.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand. You don't think so, or you don't know? Which one?
No,
No, the answer is just no.
yeah, just no.
Okay. And you said you had, going back to my other question, you said you had contacted the motorcycle club and they had asked that you place the tower at the bottom, or they said they weren't interested?
So here's exactly what happened. I talked to I wrote down who I talked to. But here's exactly what happened. Mr. Heel, we went to the property. We actually, what we do is a design visit. At this design visit, the RF engineer comes, construction people come, the A&E engineer comes, civil engineer comes to design the site. Design the site, we were moving forward, then the motorcycle club came back to me and said they were not interested.
Okay. And you said that you also went to the landfill?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and the landfill, would you agree that location is above, their property that they own is above the Vecito property?
Yes.
Okay. Had you spoken with anybody else that borders the landfill properties?
The landfill bought a lot of properties that border their landfill. So when you go down Skyline Drive, they purchased the majority of those properties.
Okay,
So you asked me if I talked to one guy who was at his house. He's the one that said he just sold his property to the landfill. And I talked to the landfill and they indeed confirmed that.
did you do an investigation to determine what properties were not owned by the landfill that were
Yes.
next to the landfill?
Yes.
Did you speak with those owners?
I sent Mr. Lipinski, he owns 17.5 acres on Skyline Drive. He did not respond.
Okay. So we have Mr. Lipinski, the landfill, the motorcycle club. Who were the other two? I think you said there were 5 total.
The motorcycle club, the landfill, PP&L, Lipinski's. I did look at some other properties at, north of Skyline Drive. They're landlocked. So we couldn't use them, but those properties wouldn't have worked for RF anyway, our radio frequency engineer anyway. But I did look at them.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Talking to my RF engineer. I keep in touch with them all the time.
Can you identify, or maybe it's better for the RF engineer to identify the criteria that they would?
He will testify exactly to the criteria involved in site selection.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Okay,
Recognized?
Tom?
Yeah. So there was some trees cut down on the property in preparation. Nothing wrong with that, right? I mean, it's not against the law, cut trees down on your own property?
You have to answer.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Thank you for choosing this site. I wouldn't want to put it on the landfill site. I wouldn't want Ms. Petrie to have to look at a cell phone tower. That's all.
Okay, Jason?
I don't have any questions. I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Hey, Laura?
Yeah, no, I don't think I have questions that would be for this type of person that's speaking right now.
I just have a couple of questions. You had said, if I can read my writing, I recall reading in the previous application, because I read both of them, that actually it was Mr. Bacido that approached Verizon. That was in the language in the previous application.
That is not true.
Well, it was in your application.
No, it absolutely was not.
No, he absolutely did not.
Okay, I'm just saying what I read. I don't know, I for sure read it, maybe I was wrong, huh? And
And the
then,
document that says that?
not in front of me, Jason, no, okay. Pictures, you said a week ago you took pictures. Could you explain when you took the pictures?
The next witness will be providing the photo simulations, which were taken a week ago.
Okay, and that's in the packet that you just gave us tonight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we're just seeing them, we didn't even see them yet.
They are in the packet, just like I didn't see the council's exhibit till tonight as well. So yes, they are in the package. And the
Okay.
reason we went out and did new photo sims was because when we were at the planning commission, there was concern expressed as to the tree removal. So we went out and went above and beyond and got more recent photographs so that we could show what the tower would look like. And we also made sure that we did it in the dead of winter, where you would not have a lot of leaves on these trees that are surrounding it.
But you would agree with me then our regulations say that you're supposed to show current site conditions in your application?
It does not say you have to show current site in the application, it says you're supposed to provide a photo simulation.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm talking in general, the current site conditions. I believe I read that somewhere.
You provide what, there's nothing saying you have to have current photo sims.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you're referencing, but there's no requirement that I have to today update something because something happened on the property.
Okay, that's
We
fine.
did go ahead though and have new photo sims prepared in light of the concerns and the questions that were asked at the planning commission meeting.
Okay, based on what I heard tonight, that's my questions. I don't have any other questions, so I'll turn it back to you.
Counsel, do you have any follow-up questions?
Yes, I just have two. Ms. Banchel, is there any requirement in the zoning ordinance that you locate a tower on a wooded area?
No.
So you choosing the wooded area was done based on you trying to figure out a way to locate a site where there was some existing vegetation?
Yes.
Have you located towers in wooded areas, in meadow areas, in farm fields?
Yes.
And specifically with regard to the Lower Saucon Township ordinance, is there any criteria in there requiring a site to be located on a property that has existing woodlands in order for the site to blend?
No.
I have no other questions of Ms. Banchel.
Any recross?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll go with my next witness.
Thank you.
You're up. He has the plan. We can either pull it up on the computer screen, or he has an easel that we can put it on the easel.
rather have
You
it-
tell me which you prefer.
Would you guys rather have it up on the screen?
I emailed it earlier today so you would have the most up-to-date one. I thought maybe that would be easier for you to pull it. I could probably send it to you again from my phone. Or I can send it to.
One prepared for this.
President, can we just have a recess to use the bathroom while they're trying to get
Sure,
that in
I
there?
can do that.
We'll extend the
Thank you.
time to continue the hearing because
Oh,
we're
yeah.
taking a recess.
Right, we'll have to extend it for a couple minutes then.
I'm okay for a
Yeah.
minute or two, it's fine with me.
Okay. We'll be back, we'll recess the meeting for about 4 minutes.
Thank you.
If it's easier for you to check his email, I sent it at 3:26 p.m. I don't know where Mark went.
I'm sorry?
I said, I don't know where Mark went, but if he's looking through his emails, it's easier to tell him I sent it at 3:26.
What do you say?
Cell tower won't go in a landfill because it's a landfill and there's no solid ground. That's why it won't go in a landfill. Am I in trouble again?
No, not yet.
Got a little excited, got a little nervous, I was gonna go
You giving it to me is not. You want to go to
Well, hopefully I helped you sooner rather than Can you state your name for the record?
Did you go to have the meeting
Can you spell your last name for the record? And Mr. Albano, where do you work?
Tires Engineering and Design?
And are you a licensed professional engineer in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania?
Yes.
And did your firm prepare the plans submitted to the township?
Yes.
And did you also receive a copy of Hanover Engineers review letter, which has been marked as Exhibit C6 in council's packet?
Yes.
Has the plan that's included in the exhibit package include some updates in response to that review letter?
Yes.
Specifically going to, will the revised site plans be required to be submitted to the township engineer in response to the site plan comments in the review letter?
Yes.
What improvements are proposed at the subject property?
A 125-foot monopole with a top of lighting rod of 130 feet with antennas, equipment cabinets, generator. That is top of 130 feet. And antennas. Can you hear me? Okay. Sorry. Equipment cabinets, a generator, and a fence mount now.
And just for the record, Exhibit A6, is that a copy of the plan that's up on the screen this evening? With regard to the fence compound, what are the dimensions of the fence compound?
It is 25 feet by 30 feet with a 7-foot high chain link fence.
And as noted in Hanover Engineers Review Letter, there was a concern with regard to putting barbed wire on the top of the fence. Has that since been removed?
Yes,
Does the fence height meet the ordinance requirements?
yes.
Will the ground equipment be visible from surrounding properties?
No.
I'm going to show you what's marked in the exhibit package as Exhibit 7. Can you describe to council what Exhibit 7 shows? Well, first, when were there, it's a series of photographs. When were these photographs taken?
January 8th, 2024.
2024. And can you then take the first page of Exhibit A7 and describe to council and for the record what these photographs show?
So the photographs show the current site conditions. The first photo on the left of the page is the southwest of the site on the logging road that was cut, and it's looking towards the site. The picture on the right is the southwest of the site as well, on the logging road, looking towards the site just further up.
The next page,
We're not seeing what you're looking at.
it's in the exhibit package. I said it was in the exhibit package as Exhibit 7.
On the way. Thanks.
Do you need an exhibit package?
Go ahead.
The next page in the exhibit package,
Is
Page
the-
number.
it is Exhibit 7. We did the first page, now we're on the second page.
Okay.
It is north of the site, looking towards the site on the left, and on the right is north of the site as well, looking towards the site just further up.
And page 3,
Is the trail on the photo on the left is a trail northeast of the site, looking southwest towards the site. The
southeast towards the site.
southeast, sorry. The photo on the right is 75 feet north of the site, looking north towards the water tank.
And the next page in the packet,
Picture on the left is the logging road northeast of the site, looking southeast towards the site. On the picture on the right is the logging road northeast of the site, looking southeast towards the site.
and the last page.
It is on the logging road facing the staging area that is off the property.
That's off the property. Okay. And are these, since these photographs were taken last week, are they depicting the current conditions at the site?
Yes.
And do the photographs, again, this is looking towards where the tower will be located?
Correct.
And do these photographs show existing trees in the area?
Yes.
And again, these photographs are to depict that the base of the facility will not be visible from surrounding properties.
Correct.
And when we say base of the facility, we mean the 7-foot high fence, the equipment cabinets, generator, and those items.
Correct.
In addition to there being existing woods on the property, is an evergreen screen now proposed around the fence compound to screen as required by the ordinance?
Yes.
Was that also something that was discussed at the Planning Commission and advised that we should consider an evergreen screen in addition to using existing vegetation?
Yes.
Will the proposed screening as required by the ordinance be deer-resistant vegetation?
Yes.
So that if the township has a specific species or some type of tree that they would recommend that's deer-resistant, we would incorporate that into the landscaping scheme?
Yes. We also work with a landscape architect to determine a deer resistant.
To confirm that they would be deer-resistant?
Yes.
Okay. Will the monopole have a galvanized finish?
Yes.
Is the use of existing vegetation being incorporated as a mitigation measure?
Yes.
As it relates to the size of the property, we could go to what sheet is that in the plan?
Z2.
Z2?
What page was this on Exhibit 6?
Casey?
I'm sorry, did you say, it would be the third page, and at the bottom it says Z2.
Thank you.
Does Exhibit Z2 show the boundary of the subject property?
Yes.
Does Exhibit Z2 show where the communication facility compound is going to be located as it relates to the surrounding property lines?
Yes.
Will the equipment cabinets be set back the required distances from all property lines?
Yes.
Does the township ordinance have a tower setback requirement of 1.5 times the height of the structure?
Yes.
Does this require the monopole to be set back 195 feet from all property lines?
Yes.
Is the setback met by the proposed location?
Yes.
Specifically, can you, for the record, describe what the distances are to the northern, southern, western, and eastern property lines?
To the north, the tower is set back 202 feet. To the east, it is set back 225 feet. To the south, it is 264 feet. And to the property line that is to the west, it is over 600 feet.
Over 650 feet to the western property line.
Correct.
So the location meets the setback requirements.
Yes.
Does the ordinance also require a monopole to be set back the required distance from, that same setback distance from a residential zone where towers are not permitted?
Yes.
Is that setback requirement met?
Yes.
Will the monopole also be set back the required distance from existing residential dwellings?
Yes.
I'll ask the board, or excuse me, the council to go to Z5 in that same site plan packet. Everybody have it? Victoria, do you? No. Does everybody have it?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you explain for the record what page Z5 shows?
Z5 shows all the properties within 100 feet.
And is the required distance met to all existing residential dwellings?
Yes.
And is this an aerial map where you identify the tower compound location as well as the existing home on Mr. Vecito's property?
Yes.
How are monopoles designed?
Monopoles are designed to a strict code that is specific to monopole, to telecommunication structures. They are designed in a fashion where the base is designed to withstand more of the loading. There is a theoretical weaker point that is closer to the top in case there is an event of a failure, but they are designed to stringent codes that they are required to meet.
And do those codes take into account the wind loading and ice loading of a specific geographic area?
Yes.
So in this case, the design and construction of the monopole structure has to be in accordance with whatever requirements are for Northampton County for wind loading and ice loading.
Correct.
And are the other standards that the design required to meet, do those include what are the ANSI standards?
Yes.
The EIA, TIA standards?
Yes.
And the electrical code requirements?
Yes.
Are those requirements also required to be met by the township zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Will the monopole be constructed in accordance with those requirements?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's in the packet, Exhibit 9. Is Exhibit 9 a letter signed and sealed by you confirming the design of the monopole structure in accordance with the industry standards?
Yes.
And are those standards that I just referenced included and documented in this exhibit?
Yes.
If the monopole is designed and constructed in accordance with required standards, will the monopole have any adverse impact on an adjacent property from a structural standpoint?
No.
Does Exhibit 9 also confirm that the monopole will be designed to accommodate co-location as required by the ordinance?
Yes.
And specifically, how does the design work as it relates to co-location? How many other carriers is it potentially able to accommodate? And perhaps not a specific number as much as equipment.
It is designed to support three different carriers at 12 panel antennas each.
At 12 panel antennas each?
Yes.
Okay. But with regard to what's before council this evening as part of the conditional use, we are only seeking approval for Verizon wireless antennas at the proposed elevation.
Correct.
But it will be designed such that if somebody like AT&T or T-Mobile would to come and ask to be able to locate their equipment on the structure, it would be physically capable of having that co-location occur.
Yes.
As required by the ordinance, if all necessary approvals are received, are foundation and monopole design drawings required to be submitted to the township and signed and sealed by a Pennsylvania professional engineer.
Yes.
As it relates to the foundation, is the foundation a site-specific foundation?
Yes.
And is that designed following a geotechnical analysis of the soils?
Yes.
And is the geotechnical analysis of the soils done once the use is approved at that specific location?
Yes.
Will the geotechnical report be required to be submitted and reviewed by the township engineer?
Yes.
Will the geotechnical report document what type of foundation and depth would be required for the proposed monopole at the exact location that is proposed?
Yes.
Are you aware of the types of soils on the site?
Yes.
Do the types of soils that are located on the site raise any issues or concerns for you as a professional engineer to enable a safe foundation design?
No.
Will any improvements be located within a clear sight triangle or street right-of-way?
No.
Going back to the equipment cabinets, will they be placed on a concrete pad?
It'll be on an elevated steel platform.
An elevated steel platform? And why would it be on an elevated steel platform?
Due to the slopes of the property and the areas that we're going.
So the elevated steel platform is going to provide a safety feature because of the slopes of the property?
Correct.
And is it necessary to locate the equipment on that steel platform and above ground?
Yes.
Will the proposed evergreen screening still screen the equipment even though it's on an elevated platform?
Yes.
Is the proposed monopole design the least intrusive design for this property?
Yes.
Are any improvements proposed within a wetlands area?
No.
Are any improvements proposed within a historic area?
No.
Will the proposed facility have any impact on public water or sewer?
No.
Are 2 parking spaces provided on the site as required?
Yes.
Is the required turnaround area provided?
Yes.
Will erosion and sediment measures be installed as part of the site plan?
Yes.
Are the E&S measures required to be reviewed and approved by the township engineer?
Yes.
Is the requirement of E&S and stormwater features documented in Hanover Engineers' review letter?
Yes.
So that means that stormwater will need to be addressed as part of the site plan compliance requirements.
Correct.
Will any of the improvements that are proposed generate any noise, fumes, smokes, or odors so as to constitute a nuisance?
No.
Will there be any lighting of the fence compound?
No, there will be a light inside the equipment platform, but it'll be aimed down and on a manual timer switch such that a tech can work on it at night if needed. But it'll be on a manual timer switch, so it will not have the ability to be left on. It'll shut off at a pre-designated time. And it'll be aimed down and into the cameras.
So will there be any light emanating off-site?
No.
With regards to the generator that you mentioned was going to be located at the site, what is the size and type of generator that's proposed?
It is a 30 kilowatt diesel generator.
And will the only noise at the site be from the generator?
Yes.
And what type of noise will be coming from or how often will there be noise from the generator?
The generator will run periodically for maintenance, typically every 2 to 4 weeks. It is ran during the day under a no load condition, so there'll be less no load condition, so there'll be less noise generated. It'll also run during emergency when there's no power. That will be at a full load condition as needed by the site.
Will any of the noise related to the generator emanate off-site?
It'll be less than the 65 decibels at the property line.
It will be less than 65 decibels at the property line. As required by the ordinance, if the site were approved and constructed, will the required inspections be performed?
Yes.
Will the required notice be provided in the event the use is discontinued or abandoned?
Yes.
Have you prepared a cost estimate as required by the ordinance that documents the cost to cover the removal and site cleanup?
Yes.
And I'm showing what's marked in the exhibit package as Exhibit A10. Is Exhibit A10 a copy of that cost estimate?
Yes.
Is the cost estimate ultimately required to be reviewed and approved by the township engineer?
Yes.
Is the cost estimate meant to provide a basis for whatever security would need to be posted at the township to secure the removal of a site, of the site improvements once the site would be abandoned?
Yes.
Does the lease agreement with the property owner require the removal of the equipment if the site were to be abandoned?
Yes.
So pending approval of the cost estimate by the township engineer, will the required security be provided?
Yes.
What is the amount of traffic that would be generated by the proposed site, assuming site improvements?
The traffic will be typically a sport utility or a work truck every 4 to 6 weeks for maintenance.
So it will be a fully automated facility as required by the ordinance?
Correct.
Is the amount of traffic that would be generated less than what would be generated by residential use?
Yes.
How much time do I have?
I would say a good 10 minutes here, maybe?
Okay. The next part of the testimony is going to take a little longer, that's why I'm debating. I don't want to start it and then stop it.
Much longer.
I need to go into the photo simulations and I need to go into the access drive, which is going to take longer than 10 minutes.
I'll make a motion to extend it by 25 minutes. 25 minutes.
I second.
And I say that, I said 10, 15 minutes. So there's a motion on the floor.
To extend it, but the 10 minutes was the original time. I want a motion for another additional 25 minutes on top of it. You said you have 10 minutes left on the original now.
And we're wasting time again. So can we have a roll call, please? Since there's a motion.
How you vote? Yes.
Ms. Ray?
It's 25 minutes. Give us some.
So we're voting to increase 25 minutes on to whatever we're at now?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
I didn't hear what she said.
She said
Said
yes.
yes.
Ms. Elio?
No.
Mr. Banonis?
Yes.
Ms. Alpaz-Badera?
I vote yes, but I want to also indicate I think I might have a number of questions with this, so the next time we have this hearing, I just want to make sure I can go back through things and ask questions, because we may
The witness will return, right? The witness will return.
Oh, the witness will be, yes, the witness will be.
Well, then you can ask him questions. Motion passes.
Okay, go ahead, Kate.
Okay. Did your office prepare a photo simulation of what the tower would look like if approved and constructed?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked in the exhibit packet as Exhibit 8. Is Exhibit 8 a copy of the photo simulation that was prepared?
Yes.
Were these photos taken on January 8th, 2024?
Yes.
Can you explain to council how this photo simulation was prepared?
So what we do in a photo simulation is we send two people to the site. One is holding a 6-foot diameter balloon. It is inflated with helium and then released to the height of the tower. We then take photos from different locations around the site to be able to show what it would look like. We then take those photos and impose a monopole or a cell site on that based on the balloons.
So the photo simulation is done at the exact location and height of the proposed structure.
Correct.
And then somebody drives around to see if that balloon is visible and then takes photographs. And then the monopole structure is then shown on the exhibit.
Yes.
Is how the photo simulation was prepared by your office the standard in the industry of how photo simulations are prepared?
Yes.
Going to that exhibit, we'll take the first sheet is the cover page, going to the next page. The next page has a location map and identifies 4 locations. Is that correct? Oh, excuse me, 6, sorry.
I'm sorry, what page and the pictures
We are
Exhibit 8?
We are on Exhibit 8, and right now we're just on the second page.
Oh, I find it. Thank you.
Okay. So page 2 of Exhibit 8 identifies 6 locations for where the photos were taken. Is that correct? And does this exhibit also identify the proximity of that distance from the proposed site location?
Yes.
And are these locations that, again, as you just testified to, when somebody drove around, they were trying to see if the balloon was visible?
Correct.
And again, what color did you say the balloon was?
Red.
And so, obviously, it was done at a color that would stand out so that you could determine visibility.
Correct.
Going to the next page in that exhibit, so the third page in that exhibit.
Is there a way to show these at all on the screen, just for the audience?
I just have extra packets, I don't have an email, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And they're very dark anyway. Pictures are very dark for us to see, and I can't see them.
I just wanted, because it looks like the audience was trying to follow
Yeah,
along with you, so I was trying to see
No,
if
no,
there
I
was a
understand.
possibility we could help you with that, but
I can make one of these packets available.
maybe like, since we're gonna be here next time, maybe if there's, you could take the exhibits and put them on a flash drive and give them to the township, that way the audience could follow along.
Not a problem.
Thank you, Kathy, but turning on the lights aren't gonna make the pictures lighter. So thank you.
I actually think it does make it better to see the pictures.
Well,
in the
maybe,
packet.
but I didn't even recognize my house in these pictures.
Again, it's not supposed to be specific to your concerns, for the record.
Looking at the photos you're showing, and I know my house is in there, so.
Can you please identify Ms. Davion's property?
Well,
On the record?
let me go through the photos. It'll be easier that way if I can, just in the package, just, okay. So, page 3 of the packet is photo location number 1.
Correct.
And photo location number 1 is shown to be 765 feet from the proposed site. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
And roughly where is that?
Roughly at the edge of the driveway.
At the what driveway?
It's at the edge of the Cedar driveway on Lewis Avenue, sorry.
And the page shows in the lower right corner, existing conditions,
Yes.
and then photo location proposed monopole.
Correct.
So existing locations, you can see in that photograph barely a balloon, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then the monopole structure then is imposed, shown where that balloon is visible.
Correct.
Going to photo location number 2, which is the next page, which is approximately 680 feet away. Where roughly is location 2 taken from?
It is out on Saucon Avenue.
Just past Lewis Avenue. And again, it shows 2 photos. In the lower right corner, existing conditions, and then photo location number 2, the proposed monopole behind a number of trees.
Correct.
Going to the next, photo location number 3, which is approximately 515 feet from the site. Can you describe approximately where photo location number 3 is taken from?
It is further down Saucon Ave towards the cul-de-sac.
Toward the cul-de-sac.
Correct.
Round 3? Yeah. And then going to that page where it says photo location number 3, again, lower right corner, existing conditions. You can see the red balloon in the photograph, and then you have superimposed what the monopole would look like at that exact location.
Correct.
Photo location number 4 is approximately 1,265 feet away. Can you describe for the record approximately where photo location number 4 is taken from?
Approximately at the intersection of Saucon Ave and Roberts Ave.
And Roberts Ave. Again, going to that page in the photo simulation, in the lower corner, it identifies a house. And then it shows that you would not really see the monopole be within the trees adjacent to that house.
It will be slightly visible, but yes, it is difficult to see.
Photo location number 5 is approximately 1,315 feet away. And roughly where is photo location number 5 taken from?
On Mixel Ave.
On Mixel Ave. So if we go to photo location number 5, existing conditions in the lower right, proposed monopole in the photo location, and showing not much visibility at that location, just probably the top of it.
Correct.
Photo location number 6, finally, is approximately 2,625 feet away. Can you explain for the record where photo location number 6 is taken from?
It is on the opposite side on Apple Butter Road.
And on photo location number 6, you can't see, so you went down there, somebody went down there and drove and could not see the balloon.
Correct.
And is that because of vegetation and elevation, or what made the balloon not visible?
Due to elevation and vegetation.
Vegetation. Again, these photographs were taken to show existing conditions, given the concern raised about some of the logging that was happening on the property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do the photo sims confirm limited visibility in the vicinity of the site?
Yes.
As it relates to access to the site, if we could pull up the plan and sheet Z2, which is the 3rd sheet. How will the facility be accessed?
It will be accessed off of Lewis Avenue, utilizing access drive, existing and new access drive.
And will the access be within a 20-foot wide easement as required that would be extended to the proposed fence compound?
Yes.
What material is the existing access comprised of?
It is a gravel access road.
Will the required width of the access be paved as required?
Yes.
And will that width be approximately 10 to 12 feet depending on where it is on the access?
Yes.
And does the ordinance require a minimum of 10-foot width be paved?
Yes.
And have you received, when we were at the planning commission, information from the township engineer as it relates to the types of materials that may be necessary to meet the paving requirements?
Yes.
Is Lewis Avenue the only means of access to the property?
Yes.
Does that access currently provide access to the residents?
Yes.
Has that access been in use for over 18 years?
Yes.
Again, with regard to the amount of traffic that these improvements would generate, will there be any adverse impact on traffic in the area with the sports utility vehicle that would be 4 to 6 weeks?
No.
In your opinion, will granting conditional use approval for the proposed installation have any adverse impact on public health, safety, welfare?
No.
Will it have any impact on the surrounding properties?
No.
Is that also demonstrated by the photo simulation that was submitted?
Yes.
Will the proposed access be adequate both for service and emergency access to the facility?
Yes.
Are there any concerns with emergency vehicles getting to the site should there be something that requires, a police or fire to come?
No.
As relates to the improvements, will everything related to the monopole be grounded from an electrical standpoint?
Yes.
So thereby making it safer than other structures that are out there?
Yes.
And when I say by grounded, can you just explain a little bit to council what that means?
So the site is designed to be able to, if there was a lightning strike, it takes the lightning, takes it down to, electricity takes at least the path of least resistance. So we are providing that to the site, so if there was a lightning strike at the tower, it takes it and dissipates it into the ground, as to not cause any concerns or any issues.
And is that grounding system a standard for wireless communication facilities?
Yes.
And again, will the drawings that are submitted to the township confirm the grounding and they can be reviewed by either the permitting office or Hanover Engineering?
Yes, they will be submitted as part of the construction package.
That actually is all the questions I have of Mr. Albano.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That is actually all the questions I have of Mr. Albano.
Okay, great. Well, no, it's just done.
There's still another 22 minutes left. There's 22 more minutes left.
So we'll take questions for, sorry?
Can we just clarify what the time, I thought we extended 25 minutes at 8:35, if I'm looking at this walk. Is that correct?
The time is up at 8:55.
The motion was for an additional 25 minutes, and Priscilla had said there were 10 minutes left, so 10 plus 25 is 35. And I put my timer on, there's 22 minutes and 4 seconds still left.
I'm sorry, I understood that we were giving 25 minutes total.
That's why you said yes.
So that's why I voted yes, and I would like to be able to ask my questions at a time where we're not rushing through this, so.
22 minutes, there's plenty of time to ask your question.
I respectfully disagree about 22 minutes, because I'm looking at the clock, and if I added 25 minutes to 8:35, we would be at 15.
The witness will be available at the next hearing. Can we at least start with the questioning since he is here and we have time?
We still have another meeting left. We still,
No, I understand, but I'd like to at least proceed with some of the questioning since we are here.
I mean, I'm happy to go to 8:55, 9 o'clock, but that's all I wanted to clarify, so that's all.
I think if you're in agreement to ending it now with his, and we can start with the next, with questions.
I would like to use my time and start with the cross-examination question. And with the understanding that if we don't complete it by that time, he is coming back.
Okay. So, okay, in my head, he goes to, I'm sorry.
9 o'clock.
Attorney Bachelor was going to
Bachelor goes next.
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought we were gonna go next, so no, okay.
I would just like the record to reflect that this council has wasted another minute and a half debate, almost 2 minutes now, debating whether or not we're going to continue.
We can play back the video, no matter how much time you waste.
Mr. Deschler, could you please present your case?
Cross-examination,
Mr. Albano, you testified that I'm paraphrasing, that you didn't feel that the soils in the site posed any particular issues with the construction of the monopole. Did you prepare a soil report complying with the standards of Appendix 1, Geotechnical Investigations, ANSI/EIA/TIA 222G as amended?
No, we did not. That is pending the approval.
Okay.
As that was stated during the planning commission.
Speaking microphone, please.
I'm sorry.
He asked for him to speak into the microphone.
Oh, sorry. He said as was discussed at the planning commission meeting.
I'm assuming that you've reviewed the zoning ordinance, in particular the additional regulations for conditional and special exception uses.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that they require that the design of the monopole be the least intrusive one possible?
Yes.
Okay. Did you consider other designs?
Yes.
What designs did you consider?
It was considered as a self-support tower, but ultimately decided to be a monopole.
Why?
The monopole was the least intrusive.
Could you speak a little louder, please? I don't
The
know if anybody can hear
So
you.
the monopole was the least intrusive. A self-support tower was investigated, but it was determined that a monopole would be the least intrusive.
Speak forward, don't
Yeah,
look
we
down.
can't hear. I'm sorry. People in the back of the room can't hear.
Full microphone.
With regard to the photo simulation, does that photo simulation show that from the first 5 locations that the monopole will in fact be visible?
It will be, yes, it will be visible.
Only one of the 6 locations it's not visible, is that correct?
That is correct.
The additional regulations for conditional and special exception uses requires that the pole, the site have access to a public street, is that correct?
Well, that actually is not correct. It says it has specific permission for the council to approve it to be to a private street.
Does this site have access to a public street?
Can you just repeat that into the microphone?
No.
Am I correct that the Vasitos have or will be granting an easement through their property?
That is correct.
And the easement terminates at Lewis Avenue?
That is correct.
It is the idea that Lewis Avenue serves as the access to a public street? If you know, if you don't know, you can tell me you don't know.
But that's not what the ordinance says.
I'm asking him a question.
Stop badgering her. Let her look.
Oh, please. Smart.
That was badgering.
Wow.
I have a low tolerance for that, Michael, you know that.
You know that.
Is there a question on this?
Yeah.
There is.
Can you repeat your question, please?
Can you repeat my question?
I don't want to badger you, I'm just asking.
Question, and is the idea that Lewis Avenue serves as the access to a public street? If you know, if you don't know, you can tell me you don't know.
Thank you.
Lewis Avenue does lead out to a public street.
I'm sorry, what
Lewis Avenue does lead out to a public street.
leads out?
Yes.
Are you aware of any rights that the Vasitos have to use Lewis Avenue? I had a bunch of questions if you said yes to them. I appreciate it. Are you aware that there's been significant logging done on the property?
We are aware that there has been logging of the property, yes.
When were you last at the property?
I was last at the property on December, in December.
He was at the planning commission meeting, I remember.
Okay.
But there is.
Okay, so within the last month or so, you've been there, okay.
Yes.
Are you able to describe to the council the extent of the logging that's been done on the site?
I am not sure if you're, how to describe, what is your, I mean, it was, trees have been taken down, yes. I can't tell you acreage, we don't have that number, we did not go back out and survey this. But trees have been taken down, it has been thinned, not at our doing. Not at Horizon's doing.
No, I understand that, but at the Vecito's doing, correct?
That I can't say yes or no.
If any of the questions I ask you, you don't know the answer to, that's the correct answer. Okay, so that's fine. But would the removal of the trees, as you've observed it, make the monopole more visible from all of the 5 sites from which it was visible on your survey?
I will say that it has changed the visibility. I can't say whether it is more or, it's not less visible, but it has made an impact, which is the purpose of preparing the new photo sims.
Understood. They're more visible, right?
Sure.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, they are more visible.
Thank you.
Does the removal of trees, the logging that's taken place, have any effect on the soil and erosion issues with the property?
Without preparing a soil erosion report, I could not tell.
Okay, so they may.
They could.
We don't know.
Correct.
One of the requirements of the additional regulations is that the applicant shall demonstrate that all NEPA requirements were applicable for any proposed commercial communication facilities have been met. A copy of the NEPA required environmental assessment report shall be submitted. Has that report been submitted?
Yeah, the environmental part of it is in the packet.
Okay. I didn't get a chance to look at each page of that. I apologize. Are there any ways in which monopoles can be designed to make their appearance less intrusive? I mean, for example, I've seen poles that are made to look like trees.
Yes.
So, are there ways to make it less intrusive?
There are ways to change the aesthetics.
Okay, and what are some of those ways?
It can be designed as a tree. It can be designed as a flagpole, a silo, a windmill.
Okay, were any of those things considered?
They were determined to be more obtrusive because they wouldn't blend with the character of the area.
But a naked monopole does blend with the character of the area?
That's up for interpretation.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
How much time are we?
10 minutes left of my time. 10 minutes and 11 seconds,
Does
actually.
council want to proceed, or?
Yes.
Yes.
Madam President, does council want to proceed? Do you want to make a motion?
I don't know. I think that our questions can wait till the next meeting. So I'll make a motion that we recess this hearing until, what's the next meeting date? February 6th or 7th?
Are we doing it at your next meeting, or are we doing it at your second meeting? What are we doing?
What works for you? February meetings, we have 2 meetings in February. We have the meeting, I can't see that far. The 7th and the 21st. Sorry, I need a bigger calendar now.
Do you have a meeting on March 1st?
No, that's a Friday.
Okay, then the text I got from my vacation is wrong. Oh, he just said March.
I would say February 21st.
Okay.
That's better than the 6th, so I'll take that.
Or the 7th, the 7th was the other. Originally, Matt said he could it be changed, moved to the 7th? But I'm okay if we do it the 21st.
Okay.
If everybody else is okay, then we do it the 21st. But let me ask.
I would prefer personally February 7th.
We're gonna make a motion to move to
Before you make the motion, if we're going to have it on the 21st, may we have the entire meeting in order to present and potentially conclude the testimony and not have a time limit on the request?
That would depend on the business items we have for that meeting. We won't know that till we get closer into February.
So then let's schedule the 7th and the 21st.
Can I just make a proposal if we want to conclude it all at one more hearing, that we set a special date for it, because it's very difficult to do our business items, which we have to get through on a regular council time. I'm speaking for myself. I would, if we were gonna have this all concluded one time, like, let's just set a time and a day to do that. That's not a meeting time. Otherwise, I would be okay with adding time to meetings, regular meetings, but not exclusively hearing this at one meeting. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You follow?
Yeah, I follow what you're saying, yes.
Okay.
I would prefer whatever it takes to be able to conclude it in one, so that we don't have to keep having the same witnesses come back and forth. So that is, if somebody wants to have it be a special meeting time, my only suggestion is that we say it this evening, because then we don't have to advertise or notice again if we announce it on the record.
We always concluded the hearings in one meeting before. I don't understand.
Can we, like, have council confer with?
Sometimes, I remember this landfill, we were here till like midnight. We
Do you want to go off the record while we look at calendars?
We concluded it.
If you're, how many more hours do you think of witnesses?
I only have one more witness.
You have one more witness, okay.
Mr. Deschler, how many?
I don't know until we have a chance to digest everything that we've gotten tonight, so I can't say.
You know, my preference is recessing it or reconvening. What's the word? Moving the meeting to the 21st of February and seeing what we have on the agenda and try to get as much done as we can that night.
Why wouldn't we proceed on February 7th when our next scheduled meeting is? I haven't heard any valid explanation as to why we would not proceed on that date. The council already said that Mr. Gessler has already indicated he's available on February 7th, so why would we look to this 21st?
One of my witnesses was not going to be available on the 7th, unfortunately.
Okay.
There you
I
go.
hear you. No, I didn't say it loud, so I apologize. But yes, Ms. Van Schell was not, and I don't know if you're going to need her again, but she has another hearing on that date.
You think, though, you know, when the agenda comes out prior to that meeting, you could find it, you know, in your heart, Mr. Solicitor, to put a time limit in the agenda so the public knows. And not springing on us at the meeting or springing on them a half
That
hour.
wasn't his fault.
You think that could happen?
I would.
With all due respect.
One at a
If
time.
council gives me authority to create the agenda, which I didn't know was the solicitor's authority, I'd be happy to put that in.
But it is your authority to communicate the information that's provided to you.
We've already
on time
discussed
limitations.
this.
You didn't do that.
And, I'm not taking any more comments from council. We're going to make a motion to Are we okay with the 21st?
Unfortunately, no, we're not.
Okay.
Here we go.
This
You were so complimentary of me before.
Attorney
You're aware on me,
Dashler,
Michael, you're aware on me.
Attorney Dashler was suggesting, could we go the route of what Victoria, I'm going to say her last name wrong, so I apologize, calling her first name.
Victoria's
I'm afraid I would mess it up.
I can't hear anything.
If we could potentially have a special hearing date,
Priscilla.
if that's possible.
Okay, people can't hear because there's too many people talking. One person,
Okay? I'm sorry you misheard. Okay?
I think let's, the 7th is out, the 21st is out. I defer to council president, she is the council president. So she's asking to have it at a regular council meeting. I appreciate that. So if the 7th and the 21st are out, what's the next one?
I think it should be the 21st.
Or Mr. Dexter just indicated he's not, somebody said the 21st was not good.
Correct.
Or we'll go on this, or we'll go on the 7th and we just won't have this man child here. Because I'm not going it all the way into March.
Exactly.
Solicitor, what is the timeline between meetings? Like, what is the rule about?
45 days.
So we have to schedule the next meeting at least within 45 days
No
of
more
today.
than 45 days.
No more than 45 days.
Well, we have,
So we're not
recognized,
45 day on the
Jason,
calendar.
okay? We're in the middle of discussing this, okay?
You're having a free-for-all over here, and I don't hear a single person has been recognized, okay?
I'm
So-
sorry, I'm
Yeah, you
running
didn't
the
recognize
meeting. If you don't
Victoria.
like it, there's,
may we have it we'll have it February 7th, I don't believe, and
February
Mr. Matt had said that was
He
the
said
date
that
he
was
was
okay?
available. Yes, that's what his letter said.
Have that in writing, right?
Yes, that
February
was the
7th.
letter he sent to council, specifically asking for his
Letter
start
to
of his
council,
case on
letter to
February
council.
7th.
yeah,
I'll make a motion for February 7th.
Second.
let everyone, well, I'm sorry, we're under discussion, there's a motion on the floor, and I
I just
go to
made
you
the motion.
two.
My motion's on the floor, there was no motion.
And I second it.
You weren't recognized, were you?
I'm sorry, I don't care there's a motion on the floor, I want to hear, this is discussion of the motion, and I want to hear what you two say.
I'm fine with February 7th.
You're with February
7th.
7. Mr. Dashler?
He has something on his calendar February 7th too. I'm sorry, they're previously scheduled hearings.
No, but the letter that he sent specifically asked for the matter to be continued to that date.
What a shit.
Okay, I just want to let people leave here happy, so we have the right date. So,
My suggestion is so you don't have to re-advertise, you schedule it for the 7th. If you have to convene and adjourn, everyone can be communicated with beforehand to determine if it's going to be a real hearing or just a convening of the hearing to pick a new date.
right, as long as we don't adjourn it, we're fine. So,
Correct, you can, as long as we're continuing the hearing, we can reconvene on the 7th. We can pick another date if need be, or the hearing can actually proceed.
Okay. Could we, do you happen to have Matt's letter handy? I'm trying to see. I don't know that, like, I'm
I
trying
do
to
not.
save paper, so I don't know if I printed it. Do you, Mark?
I can look and see if I have.
I'll look real quick, but I think I might have. Yes, here's the email. Well, actually, it's your email, Attorney Freed. We are solicitor to Lower Saucon Township. We are in receipt of your January 5th, 2024 letter to Mr. Young regarding the above referenced matter. Given that the deadline to commence hearings in this matter is January 31, and that the January 17 hearing has already been advertised and noticed, the township intends to commence the hearing on January 7, 2024. We will consider the request to keep the record open and to place the matter on the February 7 council agenda so that all parties can be heard.
Yeah, I don't know if that was his request or me just saying that was the next one.
No, I think that's what it was, but I'm trying to find it.
that email came from you, so it was either your request or his.
Yes, it's Matt's, yes, sorry, like what it said. I request that the matter be placed on the Township Council agenda for February 7, 2024, so that my clients can commence their own case in chief on that date.
You keep saying that the letter came to me. Well, how many times do we have to go over the same thing?
A million times with him.
No, the letter went to Mr. Young, and then it was forwarded to Attorney Freed.
Thank you.
And then Attorney Freed responded saying,
Thank you.
this hearing date was already scheduled. We were going to proceed with today's hearing date, and that at this meeting, we would discuss what the next hearing date would be.
Thank you.
But you said you wasn't
You
sure.
are not recognized,
If it was,
Tom.
okay,
Do you understand what that means?
Do you recognize me?
No, I'm not recognizing
Then what
you.
he said was,
I
he
am
wasn't
not
sure if it was,
recognizing you. We're gonna go into
Mr.
recess if
Dessler's
you don't
request or if
quiet.
it was Mr. Freeh's request. So that's what
Could we call in for, there's a motion on the floor, but we're doing recess. Okay.
How about not recess? Can we just have the,
Then talk to him.
can we just have the February 7th hearing date of the law, please?
Okay. Mark, there was a motion on the, I don't remember.
Can I just like, everybody went around in a circle. I make a motion as a solicitor.
The motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor to move this hearing, to reopen, to close the hearing, and reopen it on February 7th.
Okay. And that is what we're gonna do. If it doesn't work out, we'll open it, recess it, and then we'll have another date by that time, if that's what we have to do. If not, we'll be here on the 7th, we'll hear the rest of this case. Okay? Yes, okay.
Ms.
So,
Ray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mrs. Down?
yes,
Mr. Banonis?
Yes.
Ms. Ataf-Kadera?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci?
Yes, it's unanimous.
We'll see you on the 7th.
okay, so,
Thank you.
And they thought I couldn't get consensus on this.
I will bring some of the documents on just so we know, cleanup items on the zip drive that we were asked to, so we can display them. And somebody's gonna get me your letters. And somebody's gonna get me your letters. And unless you want me to take them with me now.
you can. Thank you. Yeah, they're in emails. I don't think I have any notes on them. I use public documents at the Ethics Commission, and I would appreciate later copies of those pictures. The later pictures of those, whatever those photos, whatever those. Okay. Okay, no, you can't, we're moving on to the next agenda item.
Can I be recognized?
Yeah, we'll give them a few minutes to get their things together. Thank you. No, you can't be recognized.
All right, good luck. I want to use the restroom. You want to recognize me? Take a break.
Thank you for we know where Tom is. If anybody sees Tom out in the hallway, we're ready to reconvene the meeting.
Yeah, it's just not changing. So have them be half of that. And then have so, you know, in my property on that half. The other half is.
Kathy, Kathy, what do you mean? That's up for you. That's fine. Okay, we're going to resume the meeting. Moving on then. Next, we have township business items. Authorization to advertise the 2024 amended and proposed budget. The 2024 amended budget is being presented, incorporating the changes and updates requested by council at the January 11th, 2024 meeting. And attached is the amended budget, the special fund, and the capital budget. So,
I can't hear the people talking in the audience.
okay, people in the audience who have been requested to ask you to please refrain from talking so that we can hear. Anyway, so where was I? So did the manager, did you have anything to say regarding this before we open it up?
The township staff worked with the direction that was given to us by council. So you'll see the real estate taxes revenue increased. It's highlighted in yellow. And then the transfers, 392-012 decreased. That was all the changes in the general fund. In the special funds, the fire tax, that increased. You'll see that highlighted in yellow to 410. And then again, in the transfers in the fund balance, state fund, in 392-100, the fire fund balance, that line item, which is a transfer, came down. Those were the only changes made to the budget.
Okay. Kathy, did you have anything to add? Okay. Okay, Laura, did you want to explain your PowerPoint?
Yeah, we're gonna roll through the PowerPoint. I need to see it because I don't have it printed.
Okay, you're gonna have to talk a lot louder.
The finances?
No,
What do you want? I don't know.
Could be.
it should be one of these attachments
B.
here.
This. Stacy.
Go to B. No. Go to B. 4B. Yep.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so put together a little chart because there was a lot of talk and confusion at the last meeting as to what the millages are, what the millages were. A lot of numbers were thrown around in the past couple meetings, so I wanted to look back and see where our millage has been for the past several years. I went back to 2017, and specifically I wanted to look at the fire tax, so that was of interest. So back then, the fire tax was only 0.25 mils, and our regular millage was 5.14. In 2017, there was a report that was requested to be done by DCED. The report actually got delivered in 2018, so that's the footnote there. And that report was regarding fire equipment assessment and recommendations that the township would plan funding for future needs for the fire department. So in 2018, there was before they even had the report, I guess 2017, they were looking ahead, increased the fire tax millage to 0.5. Once they got that report and looked at it, in 2019, we can see that the millage for the fire tax went up to a full 1 mil, with a total millage then of 6.39. That remained the same for 2020. And then in 2021, which I noted happened to be an election year, taxes were reduced, including the fire tax. So the fire tax went down to 0.75. And then along with the general purpose millage was reduced by a mil. So that was the rate that we've had for 2021, 2022, and 2023, which is what I said at the last meeting. We'll go to the next slide. And then this slide, because there wasn't enough room to fit all the numbers, I didn't go back to 2017, but 2019 through 2023, I show the dollar amounts that those millage rates equate to in our budget. So it just kind of gives you a visual of what a mill is worth, and when you up and down it by little amounts, you can see how it affects in the fire revenue. Next slide. Okay, and then this slide just shows you, because numbers changed and were proposed several times during the budget season. So originally we started out with the 4.39 general purpose millage with a 0.75 fire tax for a total millage of 5.14. That was the same amount that we had for the last 3 years. So that was before the election. After the election, there was a proposal made to reduce the millage to a flat 2 mils and leave the fire tax at 0.75. That did not get approved or passed. And then at the December 6th meeting, another rate was proposed, and that was a 3.65 mil for general purpose. And that amount was arrived because it was, you can only adjust the budget by a certain percentage after it's been advertised, so that was the amount that they could adjust it down to without having to re-advertise the budget. So that's where that number came from, and that is what passed then at the last meeting of December. In January, we opened up the budget again because we wanted to look at these millage rates, knowing what we know about the fire services needs and upcoming needs. We think that tax should be a little bit higher. More should be getting put into that fund for them. Again, we had the limitations though of you can only increase it by a certain percentage and stay within the budget. So the highest we could move it up to was 0.9 at this point. So that's what we did. We moved that up to 0.9. However, we thought the overall total millage that we were at before, the 5.14, was a good place to be. So that in turn gave us the 4.24 left for the general purpose. So that is what we proposed. That's where we are now. Not sure, is there one more slide? And then, so this slide is kind of like the other slide where we show the dollar amounts that would be reflected by those different millage changes. So by bumping up the fire tax to 0.9, it increased the revenue that we can put into that fund up to $410,000 per year. And based on what we've seen, you know, it'll be easily spent on all the things that are needed. So that's that review.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Questions for what was presented? Jason, you want to go first?
Yeah, I do. I find it interesting that there's a proposal to raise the fire services tax. I think as this council knows and as the public knows, there was a fire services committee that was formed to address fire stations and equipment. Tom, you were the liaison to that. I have attended a few of those meetings, not all of them. There's a report that was given to council. This is the Lower Saucon Township, Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue 2023 Future Planning Fire Stations and Equipment, report date October 4, 2023. That's available. Is that available on the website, Mark?
It is on board docs.
All right. So that is available from October. And if you go to page 8 in the second full paragraph, the first paragraph talks about the purchase of the pumper tanker truck that we have agreed to purchase. But here's the most important part. It says, currently, Lower Saucon, and this is by members of this committee who were participants in this, were Scott Creasha, Captain and President, Lower Saucon Fire Rescue; Ty Johnson, Fire Chief, Lower Saucon Fire Rescue; Anthony Madej, Battalion Chief, Lower Saucon Fire Rescue; Brian Evans, Battalion Chief, Lower Saucon Fire Rescue; David Spurg, Township Resident, Commercial Residential Builder; Donna Louder, Township Resident; Tom Carocci, Council Liaison; Thomas Barn, Chief of Police; Mark Hudson, Township Manager; and Kathy Gorman, Assistant Township Manager. So certainly some decision makers and people who have perspective on this better than some participated in this, and they generated this report. It's a very nice report. And where it says here on page 8, second paragraph, currently Lower Saucon Township assesses a 0.7 mil fire services tax to support the purchase of fire vehicles and equipment. On average, the Fire Services Fund receives approximately $332,000 per year. This number is expected to slowly increase as additional properties are built in the township. Currently, the fund has $1.298 million in savings after the township's 2023 payment of $134,313, payment number 3 of 5 for the 2020 ladder truck purchased by the Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. The township has 2 more payments for the ladder truck that were made in 2024 and 2025. The township's policy states that council has the ability to contribute up to 75% of the vehicle's cost. So the remaining balance for that ladder truck totals $268,000. At the time, there was approximately $1.3 million. So after making those 2 payments, even assuming that there was no additional revenue put into that fire services tax fund, there would still be more than $1 million left. But in fact, that fund will be much greater than $1 million. And significantly, nobody in that committee who prepared this comprehensive report about fire stations and equipment future planning said anything about the need to increase taxes to generate any additional revenue to provide for fire services. So that's the first issue that I have. Second issue I have is the township has $6.3 million in operational reserves. Is that correct, Kathy?
Yes.
That's $6.3 million of taxpayer money that the township is holding on to. The township's expenses or operational costs for 2024 are projected to be $8.7 million, correct? Correct. All right. So my thoughts are that it's improper for the township to hold so much taxpayer money. The appropriate amount I think that the township should hold is 25% of whatever the operational costs or expenses would be for the calendar year. And that number comes out to $2.175 million that we should be having in reserves instead of $6.3 million. So if I'm correct, $400,000 equals approximately $1 million, is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
Approximately.
Right. So the township budget that we had approved, which is currently in place, provided for a millage of 3.64 mils, and what's being proposed here is 4.24 mils. So if we take the 6.3 million in reserves, and we reduce from that what should be in reserves, which is 25%. That means that the township currently holds $4.125 million that is too much from what it should be holding. And that $4.125 million that's too much translates into 10.3125 mils of too much money. So if 1 mil equals $100 for every $100,000 of assessed value, is that correct? 1 mil is $100 of every $100,000 assessed. That means that for every $100,000 of assessed value of somebody's home, this township is holding $1,031.25 that they should not be holding. So my thoughts here are two. I'm going to make a motion. My motion is this. One, we do not increase the fire services tax. And two, that we reduce the reserves and reduce taxes to 0 mils, because right now the township is currently holding $4.125 million too much in excess of the 25% that it's permitted to be holding.
Also.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? We have to open it up to the...
I just want to clarify the last part that you proposed to lower the general purpose millage to 0. Is that what I heard?
0.
Okay, and what was the fire tax millage proposal?
Remaining where it is at 0.75, where it has been.
So we would have a fire tax of 0.75 and a general purpose of 0. So are you proposing that the entire reserve fund that we currently have be used to balance our 2024 budget?
I'm saying that the reserve fund of $6.3 million is excessive, it's illegal, and the amount should be reduced down to $2.175 million, which represents 25% of the expenses or operational costs of the township. By doing that, we sit on $4.125 million of too much money. $4.125 million is 10.3125 mils. That translates into $1,031.25 for each $100,000 of assessed value of property homes. So my suggestion is that we not just reduce the millage to 0, but that we also consider the need to refund this money to the township homeowners.
I'm sorry, I just have a couple questions. Ms. Gorman, what is the budget currently proposing in expenditures, total?
Total in general or total in everything?
Not so. Let's take our general fund has how much in reserves? I think it was like 8 million or 9 million, something like that.
Our general fund reserves and operational reserves is 6.5 million.
6.5.
We are going to be utilizing some of that funding for the capital infrastructure improvements that council has already approved. So
I can't hear you, Kathy.
we are going to be using some of that for some of the capital infrastructure improvements that council has already approved.
In the capital budget.
Right. It will be reallocated to that this coming year.
Okay, so, but in total, in all of those funds, we have 9 million or something? 8, 9 million?
Right now, as we speak, there's 6.5 in operational reserve, and there's 5 million in unrestricted.
Okay.
Of that 5 million, part of, probably around 2 million of that will be ended up transferring over to the capital fund for finishing out the projects that council approved.
So the capital fund would go from 6 to 8?
Well, right now we're at 5, so.
5 to 7?
Right.
Okay.
But by the end of next year, we're right back down to less than 5, because these are contractual obligations.
Okay, and the total, I'm just trying to understand, I thought that our current budget is like 11 million or something in expenditures.
It's 10.8. Within that 10.8, there's transfers that are to be made from our reserves and from ARPA, which is a general fund classification, and pursuant to Saucon Township code, if it's identified as a general fund and I'm using it for capital fund purchases, I need to make that interoperational transfer between funds.
So if we reduce the general purpose millage to 0, would we have enough money in our funds to meet all of these contractual obligations that you identify in the 2024 budget?
I will have to go back and look at those numbers, but we would probably be liquidating most of what we have by the end of next year. In general fund.
In general fund, okay. And just so I understand the motion was to reduce that to zero, and how much money, and then in addition, were you proposing to cut checks for our taxpayers?
That's not part of my motion. My motion is just simply to reduce the taxes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. And so, you're saying we would liquidate our general fund?
Well, if
We would liquidate our operational reserves.
Our operational reserves.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so what we have to do, so the public.
Can I be
knows-
recognized? I didn't get to comment.
Sure, Tom, you can be recognized.
I didn't get to comment. So really, there's 6.5 million operational and then 5 million in the capital. So that's 11.5.
And there's several million, 14 million in our special fund tax as
Right.
well. Yeah.
So, I mean, this is a lot of taxpayer money. You know, whether it's 0% or the 5.14, 4.39, this is a lot of taxpayer money just sitting in township bank account. Do you know of any other municipality that has that much of taxpayer money sitting in bank accounts?
We are one of the best funded municipalities.
And I'm fine with keeping us as one of the best funded municipalities, but at some point, it gets, you know, it's confiscating dollars, hard-earned dollars by our residents and taxpayers. I mean, how much is enough? I mean, it's way more than our budget of, you said the spending this year would be 8.7. You know, how much is enough? I mean, and to raise taxes, which is what they're doing with this proposed budget.
This is not a raise.
Is ridiculous with millions and millions of dollars in the bank. This money belongs to the taxpayers. They're the ones that pay it. And to collect more of it is, to me, you're right, possibly illegal, but certainly just ridiculous. The taxpayers deserve to keep their money. The township is plenty of money in the bank. And as for the fire services tax, you know, like I did sit on that committee. Now, one of those guys mentioned the need for that, and I don't see anybody here from fire services or from our volunteer fire companies asking for that increase. I don't see anybody here. Scott Creech is not here. Ty Johnson's not here. If this was so needed by them, so needed by them, why aren't they here? Why aren't they here?
Okay,
So they're not here. They're not here. So bell on the agenda. It's been on the agenda. I'm not done yet. Why are you trying to interrupt me? I don't recognize you. So, you know,
We'll
this
recess
has been
the
on the
meeting
agenda.
now.
It's been on the agenda.
We're gonna recess the
And-
meeting.
And
Either you show respect, Tom, or we're gonna recess the
I'm
meeting.
speaking. I am showing respect.
No.
So, you know, without that, and no plans of what that excess tax dollars, what these excess tax dollars will be used for, it's just collecting it and putting more in the bank account. It's not collecting it and distributing it out in the community and building a new park or paving more roads.
Community center.
It's none of that. It's none of that. So, and for the same with the fire services, there's no specific fire services project that they need this increase for. It's just, again, putting more taxpayer dollars, taking more taxpayer dollars, confiscating more taxpayer dollars, and putting it in township bank accounts to sit there and basically do nothing but collect a pathetic rate of return.
Okay, so with that, for the audience members, that if the sunshine law says that whenever there's a motion, before we can call the roll call, we have to open it up to the public. So, but that doesn't mean that there can't be other motions, because we don't know if the motion's gonna pass or fail. So, anybody in the audience would like to speak to this agenda item? Come to the podium, please.
John Holside, 2085 Johnston Avenue. We're supposed to be polite, but what I don't understand is that we're having a fit about this budget. The majority of the council that's up there right now didn't drum up this money this year. Why didn't this all get changed 2 or 3 years ago? Now now all of a sudden, because the tides have turned on the council, that now it's a problem and an issue and a big deal.
I'll answer that question if you want to answer.
Sure, go ahead, I'm listening. It's my 4 minutes or 5
Can you address the
minutes.
chair, please?
You asked a question. Do we answer or not?
No.
I will not
No,
be
you
able to
need to
answer, sir,
ask
I'm
me
sorry.
first.
Priscilla, may I answer this gentleman's question?
Absolutely.
Thank you for the permission to answer this gentleman's question. So the answer to the question is, last year, this council approved the rezoning and the expansion of the landfill, which is projected to bring in $72 million over 18 years. Okay? So the funds that were there in reserves before, presumably by those who initially captured those funds before I was on council, started capturing those funds, did so with anticipation that the landfill funds would no longer be coming in. Well, that has been approved by this council. So there's financial certainty for the township moving forward, so that's the reason why. In my mind, I can't speak for other members of the council as to why they may vote, but in my mind, there's financial security for the township, and because of that, the residents should benefit from the financial security.
But not all the residents live by the dump. Oh, that's right, we shouldn't have bought our house there. See, 26 years ago when I bought my house, the dump was closing in 5 years. Now,
That's what Priscilla told you. That's what Priscilla told you. You're right.
no, it wasn't
I was
Priscilla.
on council. I was on council.
One at a time.
It wasn't Priscilla that told me.
I did
It was
too.
a whole other
Tom,
board
you're
that
not
was there.
recognized.
And I just don't understand. Now, all of a sudden, it's a big deal. Now, I understand that now the township is financially fit and can spend money every way they want, okay? But this should have been, if the dump was passed back then it should have been changed right then and there.
I wasn't on council back then, sir.
John,
Yes,
could
you
you
were.
say who told you about the landfill closing in 5 years?
That was 26 years ago, Priscilla. I don't remember when,
I
but the
can tell
council
you.
that was up there, the sad part is that council stood up there and the chairperson said, we're not taking any more comments on this issue, we're going to vote.
That was Priscilla.
It was not Priscilla.
She was on council 20.
She was on council, but she was not the chairperson that was running the show, okay? There was some young man that was on council, and when the head council guy said, we're not taking any more of this on this issue, we're gonna take a vote. The lawyer from the dump stood up and said, we promise we'll never touch that 23 acres of sensitive area.
Was it?
Okay? And what happened was, the young man that was on council, that was enough to sway his vote. And guess what? The dump didn't take that 23 acres of sensitive area. They sold the dump, and the next guys ran it right in the ground.
Now, Mr. Willard's still a young man, but was it Mr. Miller?
I
No,
don't remember if it
it
was
was
Mr.
Dave.
Miller or not. I don't remember who was on council. Like I said, I was just bought my house in Steel City. We were all excited. It's a great neighborhood. 4 days this week, all I smell is trash coming over the mountain. But we don't smell nothing. So, thank you for your time. I have extra time if anybody else would want my time. I did it under 3 minutes.
Is anybody, okay.
Russ Sutton, 2133 Saucon Avenue. So basically, you're telling me you're relying on the dump for your income. Look at my hand. There's 5 fingers of my hand. There's 5 lawsuits against the dump. Would you put your money on the dump with 5 lawsuits present? I mean, that's what you're basing all your facts on, budgets on the damn dump. And that's the problem. If the dump goes away, the goose that laid the golden egg, you're screwed because you don't have income. And the point is, you have the income. I mean, I don't know how you balance your budgets at home, but if you don't have any excess money to cover emergencies, you're screwed. All you have to need is a catastrophe and you have a problem. And we have major weather events. We can have anything happen at any point. So having that money as a cushion is a good thing, not a bad thing. So why, I don't see anybody else complaining about paying their fair share of taxes. I don't. And for fire equipment, I'm all for it. So that's what I have to say. And also, what I had to say, when they were talking about the cell tower.
We can't talk about this.
But basically, putting all the money in a goose that's laid a golden egg, didn't lay a golden egg, it's laying a toxic egg. which is going to destroy our whole environment and the whole area. And people are stupid if they can't see that. Thank you.
Anyone else?
May I identify this? I have a question for Kathy about this. Kathy, this proposed budget that's attached to the council packet, does that reflect any source of revenue from the landfill?
Yes, under 3, under sanitation, 01364,600, host municipal fees, 2,300,000.
So you're telling me that the proposed budget that has been put together here, not by me, I had nothing to do with this, I don't know who put this together, but they're actually...
Always been in there, at 2,300,000.
Right, but who put in this version here? This is what's before us, this updated version. I didn't put together this version that's being advocated for passage by this council. It includes how much landfill money?
We're projecting next year to be 2.3 million.
So the folks that are proposing this are anti-landfill, but they're more than happy to take that revenue from the landfill and include it in this budget. Is that what you're telling me?
It's always been in the budget.
Is that fair? Is that a fair statement?
I can say the $2.3 million is in the budget and has been in the budget.
So, but the proposed budget is done.
Whether somebody's advocating for it or not.
The proposed budget that they're submitting here does not sequester that money, doesn't put it into a separate account, doesn't do anything with it. They're more than happy to take that dirty landfill money for this budget. Is that correct?
We consider revenue.
It's revenue, right. But they consider it to be something that's taboo, and it's going to be included in this proposed budget. Okay, as long as we confirm.
And I'd just like to make the comment that the landfill's life is another 4 to 5 years, so of course the money's going to go in there. So,
Why, of course, put it somewhere else, hide it.
Now,
excuse me.
can I be recognized? I have a
I was
question.
just recognized. No, we have a resident speaking at the moment.
Can I be recognized after her?
My name is Monica Willard. I want to say once again that the budget is starting with what was proposed by the council before at the 5, whatever it was, mills. And that was fine for everyone in October. There is no tax cut, there's no tax raising, if that's what we were starting with proposed budgets. And to be arguing and to be so disrespectful, it's just really hard when you really want a good government, and we have had it, and we do know what it's like, and we are so blessed to have the kind of backup money. We are able to do what we need to do, but at last month's meeting, we talked about the fact that we've ordered a fire truck that doesn't fit into the place that it was ordered for. And there is an issue that we need to plan for future things that are adequate. And I think that when we can take over $3 million for a ball field and argue about what's going on and how much money things are happening in this district, it's time we look and really spend our money and plan for the future in a way that people both understand, want, and it is productive. We have a fabulous community, and we have the opportunity to make it better. So let's stop the horrid atmosphere, and let us look at the numbers. Go back to October. That was the one that people agreed on, and new people are working from an old budget. Don't start slashing things and make it look like it's some savior, because it isn't. It's irresponsible.
Thank you.
Thank you. So 2.3 million is budgeted for the landfill this year. How much came in last year?
Back at it.
2,467
Okay.
was projected, yeah.
So, okay, that came in last year.
Yeah.
And then under the new host municipal inspection agreement, what would that be, $4 or $5 million a year?
once that comes into play, which I'm speculating at the end of this.
Okay. All right. All right, so plenty of money then. Thank you.
Okay, sir, your name for the record?
Robert Blasco, 2510 Remington Road. At the last meeting, the Southeast Fire Chief, and I believe it was the president, were here. They mentioned that they were going to need a new building, that it was impossible to get a tanker, which is what they need to get, to fit into the old building, so they need a new building. At that point, Jason Banonis called it a toy. They said they needed that money, Mr. Banonis, and yes, you were here, that was before you walked out. The landfill money is there by your vote. That's it, leave again.
Someone's going to mention you could join if you want.
No, I'll wait for you to come back, I've got time.
When everybody else went. Might as well wait till he comes back, because he won't hear.
Sure, stop the clock.
I don't think we should do that.
Well, okay.
I'm sorry, Bob, there's gonna be another
They
opportunity.
did do enough clowning around with their shenanigans earlier. If they wouldn't have done that, they wouldn't have needed to ask for the extra 25 minutes, which they put on top of yours. That was pure chicanery, pure.
Yeah, we can see through it, we can see through it.
And the landfill money is there by Carocci and Banonis and Inglis by their vote. And that money will be going away most likely, and we do need a reserve. So this tax rate is the same rate that it's been for 3 years previous. I also found it interesting, and I don't even know who was on council at the time, but I did notice a footnote in the budget minutes that the last time that the tax rate was lowered was in a tax year.
Yeah, whatever year's tax year. That's how we get $10 million.
Excuse me, election year.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, next.
Mark Ozemek, I'm here. Still this side of the dirt, yippee. Okay, Mr. Banono, so you want to give everybody's money back, and you want to reduce to whatever the millage rate was down to 0. Next week, we have an explosion, and it takes out this building. Takes out the entire block and a couple houses
Is that a threat,
across the
sir?
street.
Are you threatening us?
Oh, my.
You want to start with me?
That is outrageous, Jason, that's really low.
Any fucking time you're ready.
Mark.
What's the matter? I just gave you a situation for every person that works in the township.
Mark, please settle down, okay? You have to understand who he is, so
I know who he is.
Well, we know that, so please, you have an opportunity here.
I want an explanation to my question.
Well,
I want an answer to my question. When there's a catastrophe and this building is taken out and the house is across the street, or there's a half a dozen dead cops in the police force, what are you going to do and where are you going to come up with the money once you gave it all away?
Insurance.
okay, that's a scenario.
Insurance.
Mark, okay. He's not gonna answer the question, we're not gonna answer that question.
Yeah, the insurance.
So,
Oh, is that all you think about?
We have insurance on this building, correct, Kathy?
Insurance.
We have insurance on this building.
That's okay, it's just a point.
okay.
I say you keep the money. I say you keep the tax base where it is. My taxes ain't going up. Nobody else's taxes are going up. And you invest wisely with the money you have. And then when Southeastern gets their fire truck, or Southwestern, whatever it is over there, when they get their fire truck and it doesn't fit, then you can have the funds available for them to fix the building that needs to be fixed.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, because it's getting late and we have to move on, it's almost 10 o'clock. And we still have a lot of agenda items to go because we had an extension on the cell tower.
Sonia Miller, 2116 Saucon Avenue. If I recall, it might have been the last two meetings, that we did not have enough money to pay for the fire truck.
Not completely, 100%.
Wait, if you have the money, why can you not pay for it? Once it was ordered, now we need a new building. Another thing is, I don't know if I can say it about the the baseball field. The baseball field, you cannot use for girls. There is a different type of baseball field for girls
Okay,
for
you're talking
softball.
about, because we're not talking about the baseball field.
All right,
The money
but
for
the
the
money-
baseball field, right.
Which is what Mark said, if something happens, if we have a flood,
Right.
who is going to fix the roads? And you have insurance, who pays for the insurance? We do.
We pay premiums, correct, Kathy?
It doesn't matter, it still comes from
Still comes
our
from the
taxes.
taxpayer.
So don't think about insurance all the time.
Okay.
No, insurance. I can see where your money goes. How you
Okay, anyone else, because we need to move on, so I'm gonna cut off comments right now. Oh, we forgot, okay, please. One more person.
As always.
I apologize.
Sir, please address the chair.
I didn't say anything yet.
I know, but you're not facing the right direction.
Oh, that's not unusual for me. I get a little confused at these council meetings.
You only have 5
I know, me too.
5 minutes? Okay. All right, 5 minutes. Well, let's see here. I started off by going through past tax rates for Lower Saucon. Nice slide. Incorrect, though, if you read the report called Resolution 76-220, it was signed by Sandy Yeager, okay, Leslie Hunt. And it says here that the rate of general purpose is $4.39, and look at my chart, and what do I see? $5.39. You see that for 220, Laura Ray?
Is
No.
there a 1 for fire tax on that year, whichever year?
You know
you're
there
at?
is, and it's 0.75. You got that right. So my question is, how do I believe any of these numbers?
Can we pull
Now,
up the,
that's
can we
not
pull
your
up the
question,
slide
it's my
section?
time.
Is he being recognized?
Do I get the time or don't
Yes,
I?
Laurie, it's his time to talk.
And I'm not gonna swear, and I'm not gonna threaten a life, and I'm not gonna come up here and say, like the last meeting, I'm gonna punch Banonis or Carocci in the face. Really?
All right, come on, let's
No,
stick
it's
to the
not
facts.
really, come on, it's civility.
Uh-huh. Just stick to the facts, okay?
I think this is a fact.
Okay, then-
And if you want to deny it, go ahead.
I'm not
But
denying
you
it.
can't believe numbers, if you can't believe that in big letters, then you can't believe the rest of it.
If there's an error in that report, it will be fixed.
Oh, that's wonderful, but you're gonna make a decision on it, and you're doing it in front of all of these people. And I also see that where the numbers jumped up were after somebody back in 2019 who was, I think, maybe the head of the council, all right? It went from 639, and then actually, when you do the correct action, numbers for 220, with the 439 that Yeager reports in the packet, yeah, I read my packets, not like some of you. In the bottom lines, it goes from 639 in 2019 to 514. Wow, gee, isn't that amazing? A change of council people, and the money rate goes down, not up, down, okay? And yes, I'm a taxpayer, and darn it, I don't like to write out these huge checks for what? Now, let's talk about the fire company thing. Yes, I have 2 minutes left, thank you. 2 minutes left, and they just show up out of nowhere. I don't see them on the agenda. I'm not prepared to understand what they're saying, because every meeting I've been to for the last 4 or 5 years, they're
Is this
having...
about the budget motion that we have, or is this about a non-agenda item?
About the fire tax.
We're talking about the fire tax?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm gonna take my time out to say what's on the agenda. That's really terrible. Yeah, here it is here. Yep. It's on the taxes. Yep, thank you. You just took up my time and took the wind out of my sails, but that's okay. So I'm not gonna punch anybody in the face or do any of that. Just try to give you the facts, okay? And ask you to be correct when you put numbers out that you guys vote on, the new ones. And yes, one last thing, we can't talk on the, no,
We're
we
only
can't
here
talk
to
on the.
talk about the motion that's on the floor right now.
One other thing is the EAC. Now, is that not on there?
It's not in this motion.
Is that, are we not appointing a new EAC chairman?
That's later on in the agenda.
Oh, when can I talk about it?
When it's the agenda item for the EAC. This is on the budget,
Oh,
so we're only talking budget.
oh, you're not doing a very good job, I'm sorry.
That's your opinion.
Yes,
I'm
it is
sorry.
my opinion, and I'm a taxpayer, and I pay
Absolutely,
taxes.
so am I.
And you know what, I prepare for this council meeting, and I read my packets, and these people that were up here presenting stuff, and everybody's going, well, where'd you get this, where'd you get, you know what, I already know where it is, because I looked at it in the last meeting. I'd ask the council to do that. And that goes for the new attorney. I know you're new to us, but really, you got it. These people, these other people are sharp.
And I do have to say that tonight we were presented with a revision.
Oh, I'm so sorry, and you
This
get
isn't in the-
$5,000 or $10,000?
This
Guess
wasn't
what?
on the agenda.
Excuse me, I have the floor, I actually thought so.
I was
And
trying
you
to
know
have a
what?
conversation.
I'd love to see that, and I thank this guy over here, Mark Hudson, for posting all of this stuff on the web. Although I've been told by certain people, we don't have to do that, so if it disappears, it wouldn't surprise me. That way you don't get the residents to ask real questions that are equitable.
And just for your education, that I'm the one that started the website, and I'm the one that voted to do that.
Good.
And yes, and that was years ago, and we developed it into a way to inform the residents for meetings, so, okay.
So are you telling me now that you've opened that up, we can have that packet on the web? Thank you, I appreciate that. Because when next time it comes around to discussing that, I will already seen it. Yeah, I take a day or two
Okay.
off. I'm sorry, but you stole my time.
Okay.
You guys, some of you guys don't look at it at all. I say guys, people don't look at it all. It's clear who does and who doesn't. And I would say to you, you get paid for it. You pay your taxes to look at it, and I'd really appreciate it. What page is that on? What is that? Please, let's not have any more of that, okay?
Thank you for your comments.
Oh, you're welcome, thank you. I do appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Okay, now we're closing public comment, and there's a motion on the floor, and would somebody repeat it, please?
We have a motion on the floor to keep the fire tax at 0.75 mils and lower the general fund tax to 0 mils. Is that stated correctly?
Jason, was that your motion?
That was my motion.
Okay.
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Abdel-Kader, how do you vote?
No, and I just want to indicate, I think according to our second-class township code and option rule, we're legally unable to do that. That would reduce things above the 25% or increase moving things above the 25%. And I remember that was a really big issue before, so I just want to point that out as another legal issue.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ray, how do you vote?
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, so motion fails, so I'd like to make another motion to approve the advertisement of the 2024 amended proposed budget for the 10-day public review period at the rates that we discussed. And
Second.
you just, that the total millage at 5.14.
General fund millage at 4.24 and the fire millage at 0.9.
Okay, so that's my motion, and is there a second?
Second.
And again, I'm gonna have limited opportunity for comment, so if anybody wants to comment, please, it's 10 o'clock, it's getting late, we still have a whole bunch of other items to talk about. Is there anyone out in the audience, you wanna speak again? Go right ahead.
Oh, I sure do.
Okay.
All right, so what I'm gonna say is, I'm wondering where all of this money now that you're going to save and keep is going. All right? And I am absolutely flabbergasted that we're having a budget meeting and the fire company shows up and says, gee, we bought this wonderful fire truck, and you know what? The other day, after we got the fire truck through the council, we found out, gee, it's not gonna fit in the building. Wow, can we have some more money? Is that the way you guys are gonna operate here? I mean, you've all been involved with the fire company here. They've been really above board. I don't care whether it's Scott Pax or what. Right up the front. And out of the blue, they show up at the meeting and say, hey, we don't have a building to put it in. Gee, that's really, did they come on their own or were they asked to come? I really find, I'm absolutely flabbergasted. All right? So that's my opinion. And yes, I don't like the way the numbers are going down. If this is the best we can do, how do I know a lot of other things aren't wrong? And yes, I'm Dave Boulan. I don't have the time that Kathy has to put in and all of the council members together, and you guys can't even get that straight. I find that's hard. Maybe the rest of these people back here who don't want certain things, you know, agree that it's really easy to do. But our guys can't do it, and they get 10 o'clock at night.
Okay, thank you.
We've already
Okay.
voted.
We didn't vote yet.
No.
Anybody else? Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Can I just be recognized?
Oh, absolutely.
I want to indicate to the public my position on this. I think it's important for everybody to understand, just because we've had a lot of questions gone around in circles. I thought it was very imperative that we follow through with the budget that was proposed in October, specifically because we had a lot of expenditures that may be extraordinary for this coming year, but they are very important expenditures that include the ball field at over $3 million. We also had a situation that I do recall years ago, and I'll say it again, that the budget season was specifically moved to prior to Election Day so that the public would have a clear understanding of our millage and clear understanding the direction of our budget vis-a-vis our millage or what we were paying in taxes before they went and voted for whoever they wanted to vote for. I appreciate the desire of some of our council people to lower the millage and to, as somebody said, rely everything that we do on landfill future income, which I would argue is very speculative. But at the end of the day, the two that have indicated that that's their desire are also the two that didn't make that zero millage proposal in 2019, in 2020, in 2021, in 2022, or in 2023. I think the bottom line for everybody here tonight is that in 2021, you paid a total millage of 5.14. In 2022, you paid a total millage of 5.14. In 2023, you paid a total millage of 5.14. And guess what? In 2024, if this motion passes, you will pay a total millage of 5.14. So when I look at those last 3 years of history and then add this year of history, I don't see any reduction, I don't see any increase. I see something that's responsible given the expenditures that we have and the need to make sure that we account for disasters or any other events that may impact the revenue stream coming forward to us. And yes, I will say that I have no problem with the fact that we do keep a reserve because that's responsible. And that's all I have to say.
Okay.
I'd like to be recognized on this motion. I've not been recognized on this motion yet, this new motion.
Go ahead, Tom.
You know, Victoria, I understand what you're saying, and to a certain extent that's right, but you're not, this is not the proposed budget that voters went to. You're raising the fire tax from 0.75 to 0.9. So it is not the budget. You're raising a tax after election day. So it's not the same budget. You're wrong about that. That was a complete misstatement. I understand your point on the other tax, and that's fine. I can live with that. But you are raising the tax here. You're raising the fire tax from 0.75 to 0.9. So you're not. It's not the same tax rate. It's just not. Now, if you want to take that away and and keep the millage the same, I'm fine with that. Because you're right. That is what people saw in October, and I'm fine with that October. But not with this increase. I'm not.
May I be addressed?
Sure, one more time and then we're calling for a vote.
Well, I haven't spoken on this motion, so I'm going to speak to it, okay? So, to correct another misstatement, there's some suggestion or insinuation that this is the budget that's always been out there and that nothing has changed since then until now. And the significant change that had occurred since the proposed budget that was not approved by council, was a proposed budget at the time, is that the landfill received approvals for its land development plan. So that, and the landfill also received approvals for its rezoning, and the landfill also, the township also agreed to execute the new post-municipal agreement. So that's the circumstance that changed. So to suggest like that we're somehow on the same playing field that we were when that proposed budget came out is a complete fabrication. It's just not true. The circumstances have changed considerably, and that change is $72 million of revenue projected to come into the township over 18 years. That was not there before. So there's criticisms of prior council. Why did prior council do this? Why did they do that? Well, I wasn't on every prior council going back for 36 years. I've only been on council now for 4 years. And there were funding needs that we had, and we addressed them. But the circumstances are different. And that's the reason why I feel the way I do. I think the majority of people would feel the same way. Why would you continue to take people's money? You know, you're going to continue to take people's money, but yet you're going to have $2 million more coming in projected revenue annually. It just makes no sense.
Okay, Laura, did you have anything?
Well, I would just state what others have said, though. The land development plan that was approved for the landfill is not a done deal. There's all the lawsuits out there, so you don't know what's going to happen with them. So that landfill income that you're counting on might not happen. So we don't want to be caught with nothing in reserve and then that doesn't happen.
Right.
And as far as in the meantime, I mean, that's not going to happen anytime quickly anyway with the whole process of between the legal cases and DEP. It doesn't happen quickly. I don't think anybody would recommend taking your reserves down to 3 months worth of your expenses. Even for a normal household budget, your financial planner would never recommend that. You should have at least a year's worth because you don't know what could happen. As was mentioned, any kind of disaster. I mean, a tornado comes through and takes out who knows what. All of our firehouses and their equipment, the town hall, who knows, anything. And you can't count on insurance doesn't cover everything, you know that. Everybody knows that. So it's just not wise planning. And it certainly isn't illegal to have reserve funds. So
Okay,
that's all I'll
so
say.
with that, can we have a roll call, please?
All right, so it's a motion to approve the budget as presented, to advertise it for the 10 days.
Correct.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
No.
Ms. Aptas-Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody, it's almost 10:15. It's very late, so we're going to try to roll through this agenda. Next, we have Resolution 32-2024, fixing the general purpose tax levy for 2024. We have, it's been in our packet, the resolution has been prepared, fixing it at the 4.24 mils and the fire tax at 0.90 mils, which we just approved. So I need a motion for resolution 32-2024.
Is this to enact?
I make a motion.
Is this to enact?
I'll second.
Is this to enact the?
We always do this. This follows through the
I know we do, but I'm asking you, it's a resolution to fix the tax, and it's tied in with the budget, which has not been approved. The budget has simply been approved for advertising for 10 days.
Yeah, isn't this premature? Mr. Solicitor, can you weigh in on that?
The way the second-class township code and the ordinances are written is only the budget needs to be shown for 10 days. The tax can be passed, and I understand that there are certain logistical issues that staff has with not doing it now because of the tax bills.
Well, how can you fix a tax and have the tax in the budget when the budget's not approved?
You can fix a tax. You can pass
Well, how? I mean, how? What if the budget, the amended budget with those tax rates is not approved?
then we
my understanding, and maybe staff can speak to this, is that it's problematic not to have, to wait longer because of the bills that need to go out. Or be prepared to go out if the budget passes.
If it's legal, I'm good with it.
Well, we don't know. That's what I'm asking our solicitor. He doesn't be able to tell. He deferred to staff.
No, I heard him say it was legal.
Yeah.
He deferred to staff.
No, I did
He's
not.
the attorney.
No, I did not. No, I did not. Thank goodness this is taped. Thank goodness.
Okay. Sunshine Law says I have to open it up to the public. Does anybody? Go ahead.
All right, I'm sorry, my name is Dave Ulan, I know we're supposed to, and I'll address Priscilla, okay? And by the way, I noticed the back and forth between certain people on the council and certain people in the audience, okay? But I've been berated for that, so.
I know most of these people in here.
So do I. And I know a few of them in the council too. The bottom rate is, I can't help but say thank you for people that ask solid questions, okay? Whether it's council members asking other council members, or whether it's an attorney sitting here representing a client and asking a good, solid question. The thing that I find unbelievable again is that some of these people that are sitting on this council now don't read what's in their packets.
Are you referring to the resolution? That's what's on your
Yeah.
comment. Well, I don't hear you talking about the.
Well, we're not sure whether it's legal or not legal, and the people, whatever.
Should I read from your, I can read from the second-class township code, I can read from your ordinance.
Good. How about pulling it from your knowledge in your head so we know when she asks?
I answered the question, I'll now read from the ordinance if you want me to.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so during the month of January,
Yeah.
now,
Yes.
next following any municipal elections, right?
Yeah.
Okay?
I got
The
that.
council may amend the budget and the levy and the tax rate to conform with its amended budget, okay?
Yeah.
This month.
All right, so you're gonna amend it, but if you don't have the budget, how do you set the levy? That was the
It's
question.
based on the proposed budget.
The budget's not amended. We voted to advertise it. We didn't vote on the budget. We voted to advertise it.
Hey, I'm not a lawyer, but you know, there's some things that just don't make sense, like that view graph when you look at it.
I want to correct Chester.
Priscilla, I'll address you.
We did
My
not
question's
authorize
been
an amended
answered,
budget. We
okay?
authorized to
Will you
advertise it.
please be quiet?
We authorized to advertise it.
All
We
right,
did not
so
authorize a budget.
let's do it. Mr. Manager, is it going to create problems for you to wait until the 10 days to pass the tax levy if the budget passes?
The tax group that we use needs the tax levy so that they can start preparing the tax bills to send out.
You're saying $9.5 million, it's not like we can't pay our
Who
bills.
told you that, Mark? And where's that documentation?
Keystone.
Keystone, it's a phone call.
A phone call?
Yes.
When did that phone call happen? What day?
Yeah, you mean to say I'm getting taxed on something that's not even been approved?
When did that phone call occur?
I spoke with the Vice President of Governmental Services at Keystone Collections Group, and I advised her of what had transpired at the meeting where reorganization I wasn't sure, and I told her there was a probability that our budget was going to be reopened, and I could not provide her with an answer until council made a decision as to whether or not what they were going to do. And she said, please get that information to me as soon as possible. All the billings go out in the beginning of February. That's traditionally how it happens. So she had said typically they needed 30 days. She's basically said, please get it to me as soon as you can.
So there was a council meeting on, what, January 2nd? There was a council meeting on January 7th, so there's two, right?
Correct.
We could have authorized to advertise the budget at those meetings, right?
We didn't have the budget, we were,
Why not?
we were given our direction at the January 11th.
No, it was the January 7th meeting.
No, it was January 11th.
Okay,
You weren't
11th.
At the
here.
January 11th meeting, we were given our direction on how to prepare the budget, which we're talking about tonight.
That could have happened on January 2nd, though, and it didn't, right?
No.
Why
We
couldn't it?
voted to reopen the budget on that date.
Why couldn't it happen that day?
You weren't there.
Yeah, but why couldn't it have happened? You had a forum
Simply,
of
Tom,
council.
we can't
All right,
open the
so I
budget
guess the
and
question
then,
is,
You can advertise it.
you can't, because then how are
If-
you
if we
going to,
wait
how
to-
are you going to present what you want to do in the public in a sunshine situation?
Yeah, I
We
don't
open the budget
understand.
on the 2nd, how would we then possibly go through the entire budget and make the decisions that night? That's impossible.
Again, nobody is explaining to me how we can fix a tax rate when all we did was authorize the advertisement of a budget. We didn't amend the budget. We don't have a budget. We're authorizing the advertisement of a budget, yet we're setting the tax rates under those budgets. I don't understand
Okay.
how that's possible. And the explanation written by, read by the solicitor talks about that council has the right to reopen the budget, which is true.
Okay,
They have the right to reopen the
I'm gonna
budget.
ask
but they
Tim,
don't- they
stop talking about this right now, and we're gonna take this off the agenda and put it on the next agenda, or the agenda that we have. What date did we say we're doing the,
It'll be February 7th.
February 7th agenda? So
You
we're
taking it
just
off by
gonna,
motion, or are you just taking it off because you're the president of council and you set the agenda?
I'll make a motion to take it off by tabling it. That's my motion, to table it to February 7th. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and again, we have, I'm sorry.
No,
we're
that's
taking this
fine.
off.
I'd rather you get it right and then absolutely have the fiasco we had earlier in the evening.
Okay, so now, again, I have to, because of sunshine law, open it back up to the audience. Does anybody else did you want to say anything else?
I'm absolutely so dumbfounded. I don't know how anybody can say anything after this evening. You're working on it, I know you'll get it, but get it right. You have a lawyer, a new lawyer with you, and other people. I didn't even get a chance to talk about the disaster in the EAC, so just let me wait on that one.
Okay, so, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Cordera,
Yes.
Mr. Carocci,
This is to table it? Yes.
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 Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes,
Mr. Banonis.
Yes.
Motion passes.
5-0, that's a record. Okay, next we have Eastern Road Ball Field payment number 2. The township has received a second payment request from CH&N Site Construction for the Easton Road Ball Field project. The payment request has been reviewed by Hanover Engineering, and they are recommending payment in the amount of $60,308.76. And, Mark, did you want to say anything? Okay, I'll make a motion to move to approve payment number 2 for the Easton Ball Field project in the amount of $60,308.76. I don't really want to do this, but we're by contract to do this. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Brian, is all the work, can I be recognized to ask Brian to weigh in about the work being done there and how it's progressing?
Yes, it's progressing according to their schedule, and this payment application reflects the work they've done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so is there any public comment? Okay, moving, wait, did we do a roll call? Yeah.
No. Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ray, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis?
Yes.
Ms. Altough-Cordero?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, moving on, resolution 33-2024, terminating committees. Council has in their packet a resolution dissolving the temporary fire service capital plan subcommittee, open space committee, committee to review library services for the township, and resolution is in the board docs. So with that, I move to approve resolution 33-2024, terminating the temporary fire services capital plan subcommittee, open space committee, and the committee to review library services in the township. Will there be a second?
May I be recognized?
I second.
May I be recognized?
In a second. So that was Priscilla and Victoria, and yes, you may, Jason.
So I'm not understanding, there's been no explanation provided whatsoever for eliminating these committees, particularly the temporary fire services capital plan subcommittee. You know, I mentioned earlier the report that was generated, and I don't think that report concluded by saying our work is done. Tom, you were a participant in that subcommittee, and my understanding is that subcommittee planned to remain intact and meet periodically to discuss the capital plan expenditures to bring to fruition the ideas and recommendations that were coming from that report. Is that correct, Tom?
That's correct.
So,
Okay, well, I asked to have this put on the agenda. Mark put it on and did the resolutions, and these committees no longer exist. I was just going to see if
Well, they do
I
exist.
had... No. My majority of council changed in January, and I wanted to see if there was support to continue these committees.
so I just want to be clear. You put on the agenda that you want to eliminate and disband the subcommittee that was, give me 1 second.
There's 3 of them.
I'm talking about the Fire Services Committee that had talked about selling the Seawyco station, selling the Lightsville station, selling the land around the southeastern station, donating the Steel City facilities to the township, using the proceeds from the sales to fund the construction of the new substations, building a new main station here at Hope Valley Park, building a new substation at the Town Hall Complex, planning for a new substation at Southeastern, continuing to utilize the Steel City 2-bay substation, constructing a new main station, and on and on and on. So you who want to raise fire services taxes don't want to hear from this committee that came up with all these great ideas to provide for public safety in the community. Is that correct?
I will say to that is that we have new liaisons to the Fire Services Committee, and they're working with the fire company, and they will come up with a plan and present it to council. So
Now,
that's what we're doing.
can I be recognized? So will those meetings be public?
I'm sorry?
Will the fire services meeting be public? Public meetings?
I'm not sure. Are they public meetings?
Depends who's on. If it's a non-farm.
Hold on, it depends on who's on them. They appointed the members
Sir, can I-
on January 2nd.
You want me to answer the question
You know
or
who's
not?
on, but you know who's
Tom,
on.
you're
Do you know
out
the
of
sunshine
order.
law? Do you know the sunshine law?
You don't either.
You're out of order, Tom. Okay? Really. This
so-
is getting late.
But
and-
it is. But listen, his answer was, it
I
depends
didn't
on
get
the
it.
makeup.
I didn't say an answer. I didn't say an
the fire
answer. I
services.
didn't even
It depends on
finish
the
it.
makeup
I
of the
didn't
fire
even finish the
services.
sentence, sir.
And
I didn't even finish
he
the
knows the
sentence.
makeup of the fire
I
services.
cannot be asked an answer
You are
and not be
out.
allowed to finish my sentence. It's inappropriate.
You're out of order, Tom. You ask a question.
I was the only one recognized.
You're out of order.
You recognized me.
And you asked a question, and you didn't give the person a chance to answer it. You know,
Let him answer. Let him answer.
this is not a courtroom, okay?
I didn't say it
You're
was.
Clearly
misbehaving
it's not.
very
I
badly.
didn't say it was.
I'm sorry.
So did,
Are you not listening to me?
I asked a question,
And we're gonna answer that question if you just be quiet.
Okay.
Gosh, I was brought up much better than that.
Who's on the committee?
Right.
Who's on the committee?
And
Victoria.
How am I supposed to know if it meets sunshine if I don't know who's on the committee?
You were here when it was said.
You were here on January 2nd when they said it.
Who's on the committee?
We didn't actually form a new committee at this
The
point.
Fire Service Committee has Laura and it has Victoria on it. You were here for that, and that's what Priscilla represented, that is the committee that's going to be dealing.
Then it's a non-quorum of the, and who else?
Okay, let me back up. January 2nd, we approved appointed liaisons to a fire service.
A liaison is not a member of the committee.
And the fire company,
Okay, so when you, sir, Tom, Jake, when you figure out who's on the committee, I'll answer your question.
The committee was set on January 2nd
No,
when
she
you were
told
here.
me who the liaison is.
She told
You
you.
know the
Don't
difference?
form a
So,
new committee
Should we
yet.
start with the municipal law 101, the difference between a liaison and a committee? Should we go through that?
Sure.
yeah, I think we need
Okay,
to.
a liaison is not a member of the committee.
Okay.
The committee is the one who votes. The liaison carries messages from the committee to whoever their liaison to. If it's council liaison, they carry messages.
So it's not subject to the right to know. And I'm sorry, it's not subject to the Sunshine Act, is that what you're saying?
Okay,
Is that what you're saying? That's my statement.
they're tricky.
That's his question, his question
The
was, is it subject to
question,
the?
my
is it
question
subject
is
to
who's on the
Sunshine?
committee?
Right, and that question's been answered for you.
No.
I only was told that there's two liaisons.
Right, so is it subject to the right to know?
Am I speaking English?
No, you're
No,
not.
we're not.
My question is, the question is it
You know
subject-
what? I've about had it now.
You can bang on the wall.
I know.
The question is it subject to sunshine law? It's a very straightforward question.
And I want a question, I want an answer to my question. Who is on the committee?
Ask the president, she's the one who said.
You're asking me a question. I'm asking you, you want to know an answer.
We
I
did
wanna
not
know who's
form
on
a
the-
committee yet.
Well, then I can't answer the question if you don't know who's on the
Okay,
committee.
okay.
We only have liaisons, that's all we
have
did at the
motion on the floor
reorg meeting.
Because we wanted,
Open
we
your
need
ears.
to do another committee.
It's really not.
It really is.
It's really not.
You know what? You know, motions I don't understand, okay? I don't know, I don't recognize motions.
That means speed.
I know what it means, and you're rude right now.
Can I be recognized?
And I really feel that this is very inappropriate. We're trying to have a good start in the year for decorum and everything, and people are not abiding. Look at Tom, he sets us up.
A good start for decorum. A good start for decorum. You removed us from all the committees, and, well, how is that a good start for decorum? You did that on January 2nd. How is that a good, and we used to have,
Solicitor without even telling him that
we
you
used to have,
removed.
and hold on, we used to
That's
have,
not
For
true.
20-some years.
there used to be a rule, that two members of council could put an item on the agenda. Now, just Priscilla can put an item on the agenda. How is that good decorum starting the year? Again.
Okay, this is it. Discussion's over. We're moving on. I don't even know where we are on the agenda. We've just approved the, for the lawsuit. Oh, okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
I can
and-
comment on that motion.
I'm sorry. We're not doing comments. It's 10:30 and we're moving on. Can I have a roll call, please?
You have the right to speak.
Oh, my
Under the
God.
administrative code, you have the right to speak.
We've been speaking for how long?
We just spoke about fire services, so I have a comment about library service and the open space committee.
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, library services, I don't know why we would get rid of a committee on that when, you know, we're still looking for a library card. I mean, so why wouldn't we have a committee on that? Now, if you want to change the makeup of the committee, that's fine. You can make the makeup of the committee whatever you want, but to just do away with the committee, I don't see why. Why
Well,
would
Tom,
I?
maybe that decision's already been made, so maybe that's why.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand how that can be done, how decisions can be made under the sunshine law and just getting rid of that committee. So,
Okay, so anybody else in the audience would like to speak on this?
Virginia staying on. I live at
Tilt the
36.
mic down, Virginia.
I live at 3659 Old Philadelphia Pike. Just my comment about this, I was interested in about the committees. I didn't know anything about it. It seems like all of you are not clear about what this is about. I suggest you table this one and get more information out to your group about what the committee situation is.
Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you.
Can I be recognized?
Yes.
So, so everybody understands, we have a fire services group that meets, that consists of fire services people from the fire company and has some liaisons from council. So there is a group meeting to review fire services, as there has always been for years and years and years and years and years. In 2023, the former council created a subcommittee consisting of two residents, fire services people from the fire company, and some council members and staff members. So they created a committee that had not previously existed, called a subcommittee of fire services. That committee proceeded to meet without any notice to the public and create the October fire services proposal that was presented, totaling $14 million for a new fire plan. It was a subcommittee. So what's happening here is that we are terminating that subcommittee because the report was presented and we already have a fire services group that meets. The subcommittee group was not meeting with open access to the public because it was a committee, and that's a problem. So that's the Fire Services Committee from my perspective, the subcommittee that was created in 2023. Moving on to the Library Committee, that was also a committee that consisted of, I think, just council members and staff members, and that was to try and explore a digital library to somehow offer some library services to our residents, despite the fact that we had the Hellertown Area Library that we had always supported in the past and had the strife over the library over the last couple years. That committee, because the solicitor at that time recognized that it was a sunshine violation to have any meetings without public notice, never met. So that committee is useless because number one, we don't have any virtual library. Number two, the Hellertown Area Library has a digital service that the residents were using prior to the library no longer being funded. And number three, we're now in 2024 and hopefully looking forward to reuniting our community. So that's the Library Services Committee, which didn't have any residents and was not operating in the historical sense that we had when we did have library services with Hellertown Area Library. The third committee that's referenced on here, which I think is the Open Space Committee, was again something that was proposed by our former council because they did not like that open space was graded by our EAC, which again was something historically always done. So it was a committee that never actually finished being created. I don't think the former council finished appointing people. They were trying to get a member from Parks and Rec, a member from EAC, a member from I don't know where. And so that committee was also not functioning. So the purpose of this resolution from my perspective is to clean up what happened in 2023 with regard to these subcommittees and other committees that weren't operating and weren't even completed, and return us to some sense of normalcy where our EAC graded open space, where we dealt with library services as we could, and where we dealt with fire services as we historically could. So I hope that that's instructive for all of you, and I'm ready to vote.
Okay, do we have a motion on the floor?
Yes.
Yes, there was a motion and a second, I
Does the
thought.
public get its chance?
I'm not done yet. You're interrupting.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any other council discussion?
Yeah, I have a question, Tom.
Sure.
In those meetings that you went to for that Fire Services Planning Committee, Subcommittee, was there ever a recommendation that came up that that the group disband, that their work was done, that they come to council and suggest to council they're no longer needed?
No, in fact, I mean, there's plenty to be done. Most of the work is needed to be done. Like I said, I don't care if they have different fire services committee with different people on it, but to get rid of it, I don't understand. And then, again, the question was not answered, are these meetings going to be public? Now, I know there's the, our legal counsel, no, hold on, but I'm asking the liaisons, I'm not asking you, Mr. Solicitor, I'm asking the liaisons, do you intend to have those meetings be public or not? I'm not asking you a legal question, I'm asking the liaisons who were appointed on January 2nd. Do you intend for fire services meetings to be public? Do you expect there were any library services to be public? Or committee meetings to be public?
Well, first,
I would just note that in the agenda, Tom.
Did
Look at the agenda.
The library, there is no
upcoming
library
meetings.
committee to meet in public.
All right, but
There is
fire
no
service.
fire services committee to meet in public. That's your answer.
No, we appointed liaisons to fire services.
There is no
Assuming they're gonna hold
committee,
meetings.
and that's the answer.
So if they're gonna hold meetings, are they gonna be public? I'm not asking legally whether they have to be public or not, because we couldn't get an answer on that. But I'm asking, do the liaisons, is it their intention for those meetings to be public?
Yes, they were.
I don't think they were. They were public. You never made an announcement that they were public.
Advertised? I don't know.
I don't know if they were advertised.
Ask the manager, he's sitting right there. Ask him.
Do you remember?
I do not think the fire services was public.
They were or they weren't?
I do not think they were.
No, they weren't. I never got.
So you guys were,
Neither did I.
okay,
I know.
now I'm really
That's-
confused by your questions.
That's why I was asked to, and I wanted to do this because these weren't meeting, so they needed to be taken off, and we moved forward with, the Open Space Committee. I never approved that. That was the EAC's job. So that, I'm comfortable with taking that off. The Fire Services Capital Plan Subcommittee, they're just starting now to meet with the fire company, and they may come up with another plan. So that's not needed. And the committee to review the library services, we're going to be talking about that hopefully soon. And the current committee we never even had a report on a council meeting. I'd asked every meeting, and we never had a report. So with that, I'll make a motion
Motion's already been made.
What was the motion?
You move to approve resolution 33 and Victoria seconded.
At least I'm consistent, right? And if there's no other comments by council, anybody in the audience? Of course. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, that's disrespectful.
That is not. I'm saying, of course, go up there and speak.
Well, I'll say this, talking about library services, I know in the past, it cost us $150,000 to be part of that organization. Now, we did find out in the previous year, when the town bought all the memberships that the members in the town wanted, it cost us $10,000. So there's $140,000, and we're gonna have some kind of little subcommittee to evaluate that. $140,000 is maybe a lot more now that we're out and trying to get back in maybe.
We're canceling these things.
I know, you're canceling everything. I got it. And we have now a disaster because the fire company ordered a truck, and we all understand how much it's needed. I absolutely agree. A lot of respect for these people. But the bottom line is, now somebody went out there with their tape measure and said, oh, it's not gonna fit. And somebody at this little podium last time around and said, well, that's fine, why don't we put it down in some other place? And the answer was, well, because all the logistics. Yes, you need a committee. Yes, you need to have sunshine laws when it meets so it can be heard. I don't care whether it's the landfill committee meeting or whatever. Make it legal, let the public know. If they don't want to watch, great. But you guys, meaning the council, I'm sorry, you folks, how's that? Really need to keep it open. And I know you have your disagreements, but that room back there is where you should take all this to before you get out to the public. No, you're shaking your head.
We're only allowed to meet back there for 4 reasons, and this isn't one of them.
So let's see here, you do nothing else but just for private matters here and whatever?
Executive sessions for lawsuits, personnel matters, property acquisition, and there's another one.
Oh, good. Listen, I was on a planning board for 10 years in the town I came from. We met 3 times a week because it was growing, and I got out of work, went directly to the meeting at 6 o'clock, and usually got home at 11. I don't want to hear what time it is. There's too much money involved. There's too many things that can go wrong. And yes, somebody got up and said what a beautiful, wonderful town it is. It absolutely is. Great manager. You have great help all the way around. But this kind of dysfunctionality here that's going on is not a good thing.
Okay, I'd like to make 2 comments.
Yes.
As you know, I've been on this council for a long time.
4 years.
No, 36.
36.
Okay, and I'm telling you, in the beginning, we had stormwater problems up the kazoo, and there were many nights I was here till 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
So I know, and I was here doing it, and I don't mind doing it. It's just that the meetings need to be productive, okay?
Yes.
And that's what I'm striving for.
Good.
And the other thing is, in the fall, when the fire company came to ask, and you can have your time back, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
But I wanted to clear something up. And in the fall, when the fire guys came to ask for the truck, and when we ordered this truck that was gonna take 4 years to come,
Yes.
they told us it did not fit in their garages. That was at a meeting, I heard it myself.
What, it accounts?
I don't know what meeting, but when they came and asked for the payment to order for us to pay and for the fire truck, they told us that none of their buildings could accommodate the height. They did say that at a meeting last year, 2023.
Madam President,
Yes.
I would request that when you make statements that really are important like that they said at that meeting that it didn't fit. And I don't mean the one that just happened last week when they were here and said it didn't fit. But I mean previously.
Right, but it would be very rude if I took my phone and looked for the minutes of the council meeting and sat here for 10 minutes trying to find it.
Maybe
So I
we need
wouldn't
to
do
add
that.
another thing to your agenda item that says, gee, Mr. Boulan, I did look that up and here it is.
Okay, please address the chair.
Please disallow people like this person. Thank you. That's all. I don't expect
No,
you to do it
I
now.
don't mean to cut into your time, so you can go on.
That's, you know what? You want to be here till 2 in the
No, I
morning?
don't.
I'm good. I don't mind. I'm not getting paid any money here. And I don't think he is. And I don't think he is. I know the rest of you are, but you know what? I care about this town. I don't show up here just because I have nothing better to do, believe me. But I've seen towns that go crazy, and I don't want that here. Okay? So it'd be nice to have really good facts, really read documentation when you go out into the public, and that means across the lines. And no, I don't like to see the back and forth, disrespect. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if there's no other comment, okay, Mark.
Ms. Ray, how do you vote?
No, Mark wants to speak. Sorry, wrong. Too many Marks.
I apologize for my last outburst. Mark Ozemek. As far as the committees go, I think the committees were organized to suit the needs of the prior council, so that they would be aligned with their intents on what they wanted. Apparently, after all the council meetings that I had gone to, other than the fire one, I really didn't hear anything about what went on in the committees. So, if you do anything and you really need a committee in the future, abolish them today, get with some people, discuss it, and create a new one that actually functions for the township, instead of just, you know, somebody that wants a $44 million fire company placed in the middle of town and wants to sell off all the assets that you already own. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray, how do you vote?
Okay, I believe I'm voting yes, I would like to terminate the committees.
Correct. Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis?
Well, I'm in favor of fire services, I'm in favor of open space, and I'm in favor of library services, so no.
Ms. Aptos-Cadero, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, next we have appointment of Environmental Advisory Council Chair. The EAC met and they came up with a recommendation to approve Drew Germanowski for the chair for the 2024 year. And with that, I'll move to approve him as chair for the EAC.
May I be recognized?
Is there a second, please?
I'll second that.
Was that it? Okay, so Priscilla and Laura. And yes, go ahead.
Tom, you were on EAC, you could probably speak more specifically to this. I remember attending an EAC meeting where Sandy Yerger was the chair of the EAC. And Sandy, by history, was the founder of the Open Space Committee.
Is that true?
And Sandy also was the first to donate lands into the open space program. She was a proponent of this, and the way that she was treated in that meeting by Drew Germanowski and others who were there was absolutely appalling to me. To disrespect somebody who had given so much to the community for so long is beyond the pale, and I find it, I'll say perplexing, or appalling that this is being proposed. That's all I have to say.
Okay, anybody else?
Recognized?
Sure.
Okay. First of all, Laura, who was the quorum at this meeting? You, Drew, who else? I thought Alan Jackson couldn't make it. Did he make it?
Alan?
Alan, he sent an email saying he could not make it. Who was the quorum? Who were the
Me,
attendees?
Drew, Alan, Cheyenne,
Yeah.
and Jennifer.
Jennifer,
Helton.
was she appointed to the EAC?
Yes, she
Yes.
was in January.
Now, and Alan was there? Because Alan sent an email saying he couldn't make it.
We had him on speaker,
Okay. She was on speaker. Was Drew on speaker?
yes.
All right. I do agree with Jason, though. Drew just doesn't have the right temperament for the EAC. He's, the way he treated Sandy was despicable.
Drew was always very respectful.
So I disagree. I attended the meetings too, and I don't think he was respectful towards Sandy at all. And so that's just my opinion.
Yeah, Sandy did not found the EAC. That was founded by a group of people. Glenn Kern, Ron Harizny, myself, Sandy, a lot of people worked together to start the EAC.
I said open space, did I say EAC?
You said she donated, was one of the first to donate to the open space program, which she was.
Founded the open space program,
Right.
that's what I said. I thought I said.
No, you did not say that.
Okay, then I stand corrected, I meant open space.
Okay. Okay, anybody else on council? Okay, anybody in the audience?
Drew's qualifications, he's probably the best person suited to run that committee. He has the qualifications, and he's very well known in the area, and I really think he deserves to be president. Because I was president during it, I was not a voting member, but I think he's the best one suited.
Thank you, I agree. Anyone else?
I'm Jennifer Helton, and I am on the EAC. I was at that meeting that Jason was at, as well as Tom, and we voted to re-elect a different president. Sandy Ogre had done a great job, but it was time to make a change. We were not disrespectful to her. She was shocked, needless to say, because she loved the EAC and the open space. When Tom came on the committee and became the president at that time, denouncing who our bylaws had asked, it was very upsetting to everybody. Tom had made that environment very hostile, and I'm grateful for the change and look forward to having Drew as the president. Thank you.
Thank you.
Exhibit A.
Okay, anyone else out in the audience? Okay, may we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis?
No.
Ms. Alta-Federa?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci? No. Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, next we have authorized 2024 EAC Virtual Network Conference registration. There's conference coming up, so I'd like to move to approve attendance at the virtual EAC Network Conference on Saturday, February 24th by members of the EAC, $35 per person, $75 is a group rate for 5 members. And is there a timeline that you need to get back to the council?
Yeah, I think they've already been,
Okay, I was just finalizing.
the registration deadline is the 23rd of February.
Okay, so that's my motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so Priscilla and Laura, any council comments, questions? In the floor, anybody in the audience? Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Alta-Federa?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, next we have Hellertown Borough Council Staff Liaison.
May I speak to that, please?
I didn't get open up the agenda item yet. We have a letter from Kathy Hartranft. Good morning, Mark, and this was on January 3rd. As we move into 2024, Hellertown Borough Council at its reorganization meeting last evening formed a committee featuring Vice President Matt Marcinson, Mayor Dave Heitzelman, Council President Tom Rieger, and myself to initiate the rebuilding of our once strong relationship with the township. The committee aims to foster collaboration, and we eagerly anticipate engaging in constructive discussions with the representatives of Lower Saucon Township in the coming days, weeks, months, and years. We share this suggestion with please share this suggestion with your council members in the hope we can start discussion. Happy New Year. So this is put on the agenda, and you had a question?
Yeah, I do. This is an interesting request to receive at this time. I would point out a few things. One, the Hellertown Borough Police Chief is under investigation for missing over $120,000 of borough money. Mayor Heintzelman oversees the police department. Tom Rieger, the Borough Council President, played politics with the library, and I showed those emails at our last meeting where he directed the library board chair to not speak with Lower Saucon Township. He also acknowledged that Hellertown Library is essentially the same as Hellertown Borough. The Hellertown Library refused multiple right-to-know requests, refused the legal opinions from the Office of Open Records, finding that they should turn over information, and that the Court of Common Pleas most recently has issued sanctions, or is having a hearing for sanctions against the library for failing to comply with discovery. And I would also point out some media articles. This is from September 5, 2023. Hellertown Borough released the findings from the borough's 2022 financial audit, and the key findings financially show that the borough's financial position decreased $2,064,533 during 2022, primarily due to an overall increase in expenditures in 2022. The borough also issued a general note obligation to finance a new public works building. The borough had a total of $1,949,357 in outstanding debt. there was a resignation of a public works employee. Councilmember Andrew Hughes proposed that they not fill that position because they had some financial challenges. They also had problems with their pension. The pension trust fund showed a decrease in funds net to $1.3 million due to a sizable investment loss in 2022 when the market was sizzling. So they had an overall net position decreased by over $2 million. Their notes payable increased by a lot, and they have a general note obligation. And the way they've treated this township and this council and its residents is appalling. And to suggest that now they want our money is even more appalling for Lower Saucon Township taxpayers. To think that somehow Lower Saucon is going to bail them out for their malfeasance and their financial problems is insane. And the only reason I can see why they're proposing having this committee to, quote, move forward together is to cozy up to Lower Saucon Township. But when I attended an event that was hosted by Pastor Phil Spahn at Mayor Heinzelman's Carriage House to bring forward a proposal that this council had made to try to mend fences on all of those issues, they refused to talk about it. Tom, you were there. Pastor Phil would not allow me to share the terms of that offer with the public, but now all of a sudden they want to have a conversation with us. I find it very interesting, peculiar, and it just smells of problems for the township and its residents, and most importantly, its tax dollars.
Okay.
If this proceeds forward, I would make a motion that Tom Carocci be appointed as the Borough Council staff liaison to any committee to keep an eye on this stuff, because it needs an eye on it. Certainly the Attorney General's office is investigating this, and I can't wait for those results to come out. I'm sure the public is anxious about that. Oh, and another thing. We received a report that they left the borough without municipal police coverage in December, requiring the state police to provide police services for the borough. That's only one report that I received. I don't know how many times that has taken place, but I find it problematic, particularly when we just added 2 police officers to this department, and we paid for 4 additional police officers to provide greater public safety for our community, that somehow those resources that we have sought, found, paid for, and have here to protect our community could be squandered in another community that does not run itself as effectively and efficiently as this township has. So I made a motion to appoint Tom.
Second.
Now, I also would like to be recognized. Am I recognized?
I'm not understanding you.
I'd like to be recognized to
What's
speak.
that?
Recognized to speak.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this letter, email from Kathy Hardraft, I mean, the subject is moving forward together, should be moving forward with Lower Saucon taxpayer dollars, is what it really should be, because that's what it is. It's basically a solicitation for our tax dollars. They have no interest in moving forward together. They want to make all the decisions, and they just want our tax dollars. We're going to give tax dollars to this borough manager. The indictment of the police chief says he had been stealing money since 2015, right under her nose, since 2015. It's in the indictment. And not there, not the mayor, nothing's going on. The borough manager, whatever. And this is the second police chief in a row who has been fired for alleged embezzlement. And we've had, how many embezzlements have we had in Dewey, Priscilla, over your years? At least 2, right?
I have no comment.
You're not going to say
I
there's
don't
2?
know.
Okay.
I'm not
More
going to
than
pull it out of my
one?
head.
More than one?
I'm not going to tell you
Okay.
something
There's
that
been, I think,
don't
at
know.
least 2. I think there's been at least 2. So again, this is about moving forward with Lower Saucon Township taxpayer dollars. This is not about moving forward together. It is, as Jason touched on, it's a little bit of political payback by the newly elected council members. They want to take care of their Democratic friends in Hellertown, I guess. But this is definitely just moving forward with lower Saucon Township taxpayer dollars. They have no interest in being together, certainly without the money. So I look forward to being appointed the liaison.
I have one comment, Jason, and I'm going to ask the solicitor, would you report on a recent, I was going to ask you under reports, the recent lawsuit update on the
With regard to the right to know?
Jason mentioned
So we're
it.
talking about litigation outcomes in open session, not in executive session?
No, I
This
wasn't talking
isn't-
about litigation.
I'm just asking, I'm making sure.
This
Okay.
isn't, this has, this
That
is.
wasn't your question, was it?
Well,
Maybe I didn't
we
answer your
just got
question.
an update from the court decision.
Well, there was just 2 orders that were issued.
Right,
But do
so
you not-
that's,
do
we
you not
don't,
want me to talk about the 2 orders that are
Yeah,
on record
well,
that were issued?
yeah,
For
I
public
want you
record,
to.
that's fine, I'm just asking, because we had, last meeting, we had an executive session for 45 minutes. We talked about all sorts of
I was
litigation.
given direction.
Right, and now we have an outcome that we can
Okay.
announce to the public. I was gonna wait for the solicitor's reports, but since you brought it up under your, whatever your comments were, I thought I'd ask the solicitor report.
So there was
When
a,
did you get these?
what's that?
When did you get the orders?
Well,
We got an email,
I think,
didn't you send us
didn't
an
we
email?
circulate that?
Yeah, you see circulated an email to
There's
all
something about the
council.
trial continues, right?
One is about the trial continuance, one is about the contempt continuance.
Okay, yeah, yeah, and then continue.
Well, you saw this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm-
Okay.
Right,
Do you
but I,
not- do you want the public to
She
know?
asked.
well,
I don't
wait
know.
till your
You know?
report.
Okay,
Report
well,
then. Okay.
Maybe the public doesn't know.
No, the public should know because we haven't been updated.
I don't know, I don't
Yeah.
know what you guys want.
I mean, let's just put it out there now. You got 2 orders from the court that continued 2 matters, right? That's all that we got,
Okay.
right? I mean, is that a fair statement?
No,
I'd rather have a solicitor put it in his words than a council member's words.
You want me to do it now? So there are 2, in the right to know litigation that's pending in the court of common pleas, there were 2 pending proceedings. One was a contempt proceeding with regard to discovery against the Town Area Library. The counsel for Town Area Library asked if that could be continued. Counsel for the township agreed, the court agreed to continue it indefinitely. There was also a trial on the right to know case that was scheduled for later this month. There was a continuance request made to the court, and that's now continued.
Okay, thank you for that update. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion by council before I open it up to the audience? Anybody in the
I'd like to ask the
audience?
solicitor a question regarding that, regarding his statement.
I'm sorry, you're mumbling again. I can't understand.
So can I be recognized?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, Mr. Solicitor, do you before agreeing to the continuance, did you agree to the continuance?
I'm not counsel of record.
Okay, who's counsel of record?
Eckert Siemens.
Okay. Were they directed by you?
We met in executive session and I relayed the council's wishes to them
About the continuance?
about the cases, yes.
No, but
Yes,
they requested.
You weren't there. I know you were supposed to
Right,
call in, but you
right,
couldn't make
right.
it or something.
So I'm just asking though about, they requested a continuance, correct?
On which matter?
Both matters.
No.
Which one did they request?
Who's they?
What's that?
Who's they?
Who? I told you.
Who's they? You're saying they requested, are you saying? Who
Who
made the request?
Who did? Eckert Siemens requested
For
continuance?
which one?
For both of them.
So
Explain both of them again to me. I didn't understand what you said.
Okay. We want to. The Eckert Siemens requested the continuance on the trial, and Hellertown Area Library requested the continuance on the contempt.
Okay, and you or Eckert Siemens agreed on the contempt?
Eckert Siemens agreed on the contempt.
No. So,
Eckert Siemens, I was there. I mean, Eckert Siemens, we had talked about this. I don't think I'm disclosing anything in confidence here. But we had agreed in executive session to continue the trial because the trial is scheduled for later in January and discovery had not been completed because Hellertown was in violation of the court's order and there's a pending contempt. And that was agreed upon. There was no agreement to continue the contempt, and in fact, as what I specifically recall, was the majority of council, not me, but the majority of council had directed to proceed with the contempt
On my
hearing.
recommendation.
To proceed with the contempt hearing because, and at Eckert Siemens' recommendation, it was not for the township to take a position on continuing that or doing anything with that because it was the court enforcing its own order, and who are we to tell the court what it should be doing?
Correct.
So
who made the decision
so who continued the contempt?
Okay, so let me say it again. I'm obviously not being clear. I apologize. Eckert Siemens is counsel of the record. Eckert Siemens agreed to the continuance
of
the contempt.
And not at our direction? Didn't they ask us to
No,
decline?
we had a discussion. They were going to appear. Council then asked them. They agreed and let me know afterwards that they had agreed.
Who was that? Eckert Siemens?
Eckert Siemens.
Okay. And you're saying that they agreed to it prior to asking their client, us, you, and us, whether we would agree to it?
They did, but based on the conversation, they felt it was consistent with the tenor of the conversation we were having. When the conversation...
Who had the conversation? You and Eckert Siemens?
Yeah, based on direction of executive session that you missed.
Right, that's right.
But I was there. I can clarify this. The direction that you had in that executive session was to continue the trial so that discovery could be completed, because if the trial was to take place in January, I'm not done. If the trial was to take place in January, the discovery that was outstanding and subject to the contempt was not completed. So they would need more time to continue the trial so they could get that discovery completed.
All right,
I don't think there was any agreement to punt on the contempt. Far from it.
Well, then take it up with Eckert Siemens. What can I tell you? I'm going to try this one more time.
I had that conversation with them and apparently agreed.
Stop
with it.
interrupting,
No, you're
one
wrong.
at a time.
I've said it. I can't.
I'm sorry.
I say things, and then I'm told I say things that I didn't say. It's unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable to me that you can't answer these simple
Okay.
questions.
I've answered the question over and over again, and you don't like the answer, so you change the answer.
Right.
I'm sorry you don't like the answer.
My
I followed,
question is-
hold on. I followed direction in executive session that you missed. I don't know why. You missed. I followed the direction. I had a conversation.
You didn't. Jason
Okay,
is
you know
saying...
what? Enough.
Jason is saying you didn't follow the directions.
We're done.
Jason is saying you didn't
Are
follow the
you
directions.
tapping my phones?
No,
You
Jason
don't
said...
know the conversation.
But Jason just said that was not the direction. Jason just said it wasn't the direction. He just said
Okay,
it wasn't.
It's like,
It's-
you,
it's-
Jason, can you just restate
I'm
what you
so
said?
sorry. I'm so sorry.
Jason, can you say what your understanding of executive session?
Yeah, so
I think we can talk about executive session. Why are we talking about executive session if it's supposed to be called executive
All I
session?
asked, wait a minute.
Solicitor said we could.
Okay, we're done with this
No, I was
conversation.
getting frankly, you didn't want me to discuss the inner workings, but you decided it was okay because you thought it was.
Okay.
Look, you think people don't see that you're just trying to attack and find
Why are you
holes?
accusing
I mean, it's
me?
obvious. I'm not accusing you, it's obvious, it's on the tape. I don't have to accuse you of
Okay.
anything.
All right,
I'm
so,
laying out what happened in the executive session because you said that.
You specifically said, let's not talk about specifics about what
That's-
happened there. And then when you decided, I didn't say that. I said the exact
You
opposite.
said they're public orders.
I said the exact opposite. I said we could talk about the orders, not what's supposed to discuss in
And the
there.
orders are related to what we talked about.
oh my gosh,
It's
okay,
unbelievable. It's
I know,
unbelievable.
unbelievable. You have to witness this for yourself to believe it.
It's unbelievable. Right, it's unbelievable. I mean, I understand if you wanted to replace Lincoln, but it's unbelievable. We couldn't find a better solicitor.
Sir, you know what, sir?
Bridge.
You're gonna get your wish, don't worry about it, okay? And God bless you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, enough now, no more discussion by council, I'm done, we're done. Okay, we've all had many chances and we're done. From now on, one turn only and that's it. So you better prepare what you're gonna say. So, I guess with that, anybody in the audience?
Anybody else? I don't want to steal anybody's thunder.
No, you're, just keep coming, that's fine.
Thank you. Finally. All right. 4:58. Listen, I prepared tonight a separate card just for this House discussion, and I got a lot of my thunder stolen, okay? So I want to report that to the police, stolen thunder. The bottom line is 4 years ago, Priscilla,
I'm listening. I'm just trying to figure
4
out what you're
years
talking
ago, I remember a subcommittee, and I was so new, I didn't have a foggiest idea who and what. They came in as the last item. It was late in December, and they came in, sat at this table, and they represented the Howe Committee. And if I don't get these words right, please bear with me. I'll try to clarify it for you. They came in, there were about 4 of them, and I think you might have been there, okay? And the board was asked at that point, we have this document and we want it signed tonight, and it is to join for the coming year, how? And I have to paraphrase, I really need to go back and get the minutes and review it, and I will. And the bottom line is, somebody asked on the council, has the attorney seen this? And so somebody turned to Link Treadwell and said, have you seen this? And he said, no, nobody's shown it to me. And then somebody else, or maybe he asked, has anybody else on the council seen it? And the answer was, one person had seen it, and that was the person that spearheaded the committee. So at that point, there was a motion made, there might have been some discussion in between. Would you please review this document? It's calling for $150,000, and it spells out whatever rights we may have and the payments we need to make. And I'm thinking, that's outrageous, $150,000, and nobody's seen this agreement? And the demand of this committee or subcommittee or whatever it was, that it be signed that night. Last night, it wasn't even on, I don't think it was even on the agenda. So yeah, if people are a little hot about this, I got a whole bunch of them, and he read them off. You look at Hellertown, Hal's right at the front. Have I read Judge Daly's? He is the head of the court in Northampton County. He is the president judge. He's already ruled on it, and Hal still, after 4 years, won't turn over their records. What? You look perplexed. Is that
They have turned over their records to us.
Yeah, over their financial records,
Right.
okay? I expect you should know that.
Right.
And certainly, all of the attorneys here, 1, 2, 3, 4, know what I'm talking about. I'm not an attorney, I'm a physicist. But by God, I can see when things are really bad. When you have a 501c3 who will not turn over the records, and then we find out in the newspaper, WFMC, whatever, that the government of Hellertown is really controlling it. Therefore, all of their rights go away. And we still don't have those records, and we still can't point to that and say, hey, there's something really wrong with that. And now we got a police chief, yep, 200,000, and he's now, we're supposed to go to the state for him, but no, it ended up back in Northampton. Gee, isn't that interesting? Wow, we have, yeah, I know about the fire department, and it was another couple of 100,000. You know, what's 100,000 here, 200,000 here, and you want to have a liaison. Maybe it should definitely be that guy. He's the only guy in him that asks the hard questions, and everybody hates him because they see things that are just so, they're so mean. I say, if you want to be honest and transparent, you will have naysayers in your council. And if you don't want to be transparent and honest, then ignore them.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Okay, anybody else? And with that, then, we have a motion on the floor to, I believe, appoint Tom to the liaison.
Correct.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Alfaz-Padura, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
No.
Ms. DeLeon,
No.
Mr. Banonis.
Yes. Sorry, Tom. Sorry.
Okay,
Motion failed.
I'll make a motion to nominate Jason as the liaison.
I'll second.
okay, anybody in the audience, anybody on council?
Thank you.
Okay.
Somebody in the audience, right? There's a man that knows his facts, knows his numbers, spins them right off the top of his head, and he's spot on. There's a guy that pursues Hal with Link Treadwell, who, by the way, excellent solicitor. I never remember once anybody on this panel saying to him, Mr. Treadwell, can you tell us this? And he'd have that answer spot on right away. Knew it cold, upside down. There were no arguments, there were no and if you didn't like his answer, he'd fill it in with more case examples and et cetera, et cetera. What I'm saying, it's part of professional lawyering at the highest level that gives us a clear view into those cases like Hal, which there's something really, really bad when you have to hide that and you have to thumb your nose at the president judge of the Northampton County court system. And for 4 years this has been going on. In 4 years it's been a political football with signs and posters and pop-up people in the audience yelling and screaming about, little Johnny can't read because we don't have Hal. Yeah, you have Hal. And by the way, 12, 13 years ago now, we weren't going to leave the Bethlehem Library either, because that was the best one in the world.
Exactly.
Over my dead body are we going to leave it? Anybody wants the page on that? Yeah, I got it at WFMZ, and it will tell you who said that, but we did leave it.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else? We have a roll call, please.
Mr. Carocci, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
No.
Ms. DeLeon,
No.
Mr. Banonis,
Yes.
Ms. Saptaf-Cadera.
No.
Okay, I'd like to make a
Motion fails.
motion. Can we do everybody?
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint myself and Victoria to this committee. Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, anybody in the audience? Anybody? Okay.
The same agenda item, do you have to?
Every
I'm
time we
sorry,
have a
what
motion.
was that comment? I'd like to hear it.
He's asking if I would vote for him over Jason.
I just want to know where she's going. See, that's not funny. I just want to see where she's going.
I'm sorry, you asked me what he said.
You know, Victoria, between you and I remember the landfill committee hearing where you spoke for 15 minutes while I sat in that chair, and next to me was Donna Louder. And after 15, 20 minutes of grilling the landfill engineer, then you thanked everybody and sat down. And somebody made a comment about, there's one fact you have wrong. You came up out of your chair over here and started yelling and screaming.
Yeah, this isn't.
In the microphone.
This is.
So, when you start laughing at me,
I'm not, I was laughing at Mr. Carocci's question. You asked me what he was talking to me about, I'm sorry. I was not laughing at you.
I expect better out of you. You're part of the legal system.
Yeah, Ms. Saptaf has been, there's been a motion to nominate her as a liaison. He can certainly speak to her, his experience with her at other meetings, as it's certainly on the agenda. She's just been nominated for liaison.
Okay. Where were we?
I don't know, where were you?
You were going to appoint yourself
Right.
and her to this committee, okay? Let me ask you about the two people on the EAC committee. We had no reports from them, and yet we have one of the worst environmental disasters in this township with the scathing of that whole hillside with trees gone and water running down the hills and storms. No, you look at me like you don't know what it is. Did you not see this man sitting here with all these pictures and the trees are gone, and the trucks have eroded all the soil, and she doesn't know about it. And you were good because you backed her up and said, yes, I did attend the meeting when asked about their reports. They both went to the meeting, and nobody said boo about this. You will hear more about that because I will refresh it. I will get the aerial shots, that whole area, 100 acres on the side of a hill.
Steel City? Are you talking about
What's
the
the
timber
lowest one?
in Steel City? The trees that the poster that Russ' son had here?
Yeah.
You don't know where I live, do you?
You live right outside of Steel City on the top of the hill. You live right next to where the tower's going.
Exactly.
Yeah, you live right near where the pipeline was gonna go through,
No, I
but
didn't
you
live
struck
near-
that down.
I didn't live near the pipeline.
Well, it's the other end of town,
I did.
down by somebody else that's here. Okay. Anyhow, that's neither here nor there. Those are important. So when you appoint people to committees, I really expect when they go, and we're gonna now have this little environmental council thingy, right, whatever it is, great. Go, learn, be smart. I went to Princeton University for 6 months in order to sit on that planning board council. Okay, that was a requirement, and that ought to be true here. So when they say we want to go to those meetings, absolutely go, definitely go. But when you have an EAC meeting, you better have your ears, and I don't know this guy that you're appointing as the chair of that. I mean, I haven't heard anything about that, haven't seen anything in the paper. I find that just absolutely appalling that that whole hillside has been absolutely logged to death, and there's no ground cover, and there goes the soil, 2 inches worth of rain, we got a winter coming, and nobody knows anything about it. I noticed the reporter's not here tonight.
Hey, thank you. He can watch the tape if he's interested.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we
so-
separate why do we have to vote for both at once? Why can't we separate it? I want to vote for
My
Victoria, but
motion is my motion.
against Priscilla.
Can we recognize Priscilla?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to say that I think that it was a very nice email we received. I think as we sit here, it's 11:25, and I'm only laughing because I'm stunned. No, I'm just stunned. We had a lot of discussion about decorum and professionalism and a lot of things talked about regarding Hellertown in a negative light. And I think our community has spoken and wanting to see that our community acts as a community. We have Saucon Valley School District. We have a shared library that our residents used to go to with the residents of Hellertown. We had a compost center. I think everybody in the township drives through Hellertown to get someplace at least once a week, if not every day. And I think that the same can be said for people in Hellertown. I don't think trying to work together as a community has anything to do with anybody's opinion about a fire, about the fire services in Hellertown or the police chief in Hellertown. I perceive that to be comments that only frustrate the community and frustrate the ability to work together. And so I would be happy to serve on this. And I think it's a working committee to just find where we have common ground and where we can work together and be together as a community. And I think that's what the residents have wanted to see. That's what I heard all of 2022, 2023, and I look forward to following through on the request of what I've heard from the community. So I appreciate that I was nominated to be appointed with Priscilla, and I think that Priscilla, because she was the founder of our Saucon Valley Partnership, which was a collaboration of the school board, the borough, and the township to find out how we could work together. I think that she would be the most important person to have with all of the history. And our residents want to return to that, and I would be proud to work with her, and I would be proud to work with the community on getting that done.
Okay.
Victoria, I'd like to support you
You know what,
on
we
that,
said one time,
But
Council.
that's not in the procedures. Victoria, I'd like to support you on that, I want to, but will you promise that when it comes to funding joint ventures, that you will be cognizant of how much control we have over how Lower Saucon taxpayer dollars are spent in any type of joint venture with the borough?
Okay, this is
Because I'd like
a
to
warning
support-
again. We're council,
I'd like to
we're gonna
support
talk about one time, and you talked already on
That's
this
not on the
motion.
procedures, though, that's not.
I'm the president, I can.
You can just make the procedures as you
I
go
can,
along.
this is the meeting, I'm in control of the meeting, like
So
it or
you're not gonna
not,
commit to that?
like it or not. Can we have a
No,
roll
I
call,
don't know why I
please?
said the
I haven't
question.
spoken on this issue.
Okay, roll call.
Thank you. So my comments that I made earlier are not directed toward the residents of Hellertown. There are plenty of fine people that live in Hellertown, and throughout all of this, my comments have never been directed towards the folks in Hellertown. I've got family and friends in Hellertown, but unfortunately they have some bad people who are making decisions for them. There's a level of incompetence, there's criminality allegedly, and there's certainly duplicity. And that's what causes me concern with all of this. Had they elected better people to decide the fate of their community, make better decisions to provide for all the services that they need, maybe my position on this would be different, but they haven't. And unfortunately, those are the folks that are asking to cooperate with this township, and I can only assume that their motives are not above board and are not in the best interest of the residents of this community. I've sworn an oath to the residents of this community. And I would echo what Tom was mentioning earlier, and that is I would like a commitment from anybody, assuming that this committee proceeds forward, anybody from this township who is going to be participating in this, provide notice to the other members of council so that they can attend meetings if they wish. And also to always put the interest of the Lower Saucon residents first, particularly from a financial standpoint, because it's very clear to me that the borough of Hellertown is significantly indebted, in dire financial straits, and they want our money. And without having that guarantee from those who would be serving on this committee to always advocate for those points and be transparent about them causes me great concern.
Okay, Laura, did you have anything to say?
No, I don't think I want to go there.
Okay.
We didn't have the money,
We need
Fountain
somebody.
Hill did, or Bethlehem
You're not
Township did, that's who,
recognized, Tom. You're
that's who they would be
not
talking to,
recognized.
not us. That's
We
who
need
Kathy
somebody
would've
that
sent that email.
can act professionally and work with our Hellertown borough. And we know where we landed now is because of past things that have happened, and we want to discontinue that. We need better relationships, and that's what this, the behavior that's shown here shows why we are where we are. We need to have better people. They want to talk with us, and we want to rebuild.
Okay, so roll call, please. Tom, you're not recognized.
Ms.
Roll
Ray,
call,
how do you
please.
vote?
Yes.
Ms. Leon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis?
No, because I haven't received any assurances.
Ms. Afdaf-Kader?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci?
I want no on Priscilla, yes on Victoria.
Motion passes.
Okay, and we will be reporting back to council on any meetings that we have with updates.
Will you be telling us when meetings are taking place so that we can participate and if the residents of the public are interested?
Okay, we're moving on to the next agenda
I guys
item.
know.
Approval of December 20th, 2023 council minutes. Council has in their packet. Anybody have any corrections, deletions, additions? If not, is there a motion for approval?
Motion to approve.
Okay, Jason, I'll second. We have a roll call, please.
Ms. Leon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis?
Yes.
Ms. Afdaf-Kader?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci?
They weren't at the December, they weren't on the board.
We just came back from a PSATS conference and we're allowed to vote even because they were new council members.
They weren't on council.
We just came back from a boot camp PSATS conference. I'll repeat it again if you didn't understand me the first time. Okay? That question was specifically addressed and they said that new council members, correct me if I'm wrong, Laura and Cory, were both there, that they can vote on minutes.
Is that a lawyer who told you that?
It was PSETs.
I understand it's PSATs, but they're not a lawyer. We have a solicitor here that we're paying a lot of money to tonight, so can he answer that question? Can he answer that question as to whether? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Carocci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
We're approving the minutes?
Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so that was how, 5-0?
4-3.
4-1. Who voted no? Okay.
Because we haven't heard from an attorney on this.
Again, you're mumbling, I can't understand a word you're saying. So moving on then, we have council and staff reports. We'll start with Mark Hudson, the council manager.
Just at sorry.
It's been a long night.
This Saturday, January 20th, is the last day for Christmas tree collection from 9 to 1. That's it.
That's it? Okay. Next, we'll start with Jason. Do you have a report?
I do not. In the
Laura?
interest of time, I do not.
Laura, do you have a report?
No, I don't have a report.
Okay. Tom?
Yes, not a report so much as a request. I would like
I'm not
the
understanding what
solicitor
you're saying.
I would like to understand if a member of council has a conflict of interest or doesn't, but if the opposing party, so for example, if the township gets sued because a member of council, they're claiming a member of council had a conflict of interest, who pays to defend that suit? Would it be the township taxpayers? If the individuals, would the suit be against council? Would it be against an individual? And who would pay for that lawsuit? So if you don't want to answer it tonight, that's fine. I would just like an answer perhaps next meeting of what type of liability we're looking at if a council member has a conflict of interest and a party sues and they are successful in that lawsuit. What could be the possible ramifications of that?
Hey, Mark, did you want to get back to us on that?
I can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Victoria?
Thank you. Just really quick, I did have an opportunity to attend the Water Authority meeting that happened yesterday. It was wonderful to see that we had township residents that all volunteer their time and have been working really hard to make sure that we have great water and sewer services. So I want to thank the members of the Water Authority for welcoming me to their meeting. I can say that they were able to move forward on the Meadows Bridge project. If anybody didn't know, the Meadows Bridge project is very complicated because it not only involves replacement of a bridge over the stream, and we all know that that's been taking forever. The bridge is owned by the county. But because of that, it involves relocation of a number of sewage lines and water lines in and around the Meadows Bridge. So our water authority has been working very diligently, and they've had a whole bidding process and timeline in place to be able to replace those lines in concert with what the county is doing to replace the bridge. And so it was wonderful to hear all the work that was done on that. I also heard about the updates on the pumping station. If you all know, we have a pumping station that's in the process of being constructed over by Giant, and that pumping station would allow for not only treatment, or I should say receival of the sewage that comes from the Giant shopping center, but also allow additional capacity for future needs of the township. And as we end here tonight, I thought what was wonderful to hear is that our township authority had been working with the Hellertown Borough Authority for years in a very collaborative and respectful way to save Lower Saucon Township taxpayers money on the wastewater that comes from the giant shopping center, because we didn't have the capacity to handle that, and the pumping station is part of that. So in the interim, instead of our township having to collect from one station and truck it to another station on a daily basis, we were able to send the excess sewage line through the Hellertown Water Authority, and therefore alleviate the concerns of our township. And I think it was a wonderful example of how the communities can work together to help each other. And I hope that we can use that moving forward in what we do with the other aspects of our township. And so that's what my report is.
May I ask a question?
Okay, thank you, sure.
What is the fee that the Lower Saucon Authority is paying to the Hellertown Authority for this benevolence in allowing our sewage to pass through their system?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it as benevolence.
So we're paying.
I had asked the Water Authority yesterday about how that agreement works, and my understanding is that the township did not have the capacity to handle the sewage coming from the giant shopping center. They looked into the cost to maintain that situation, and it involved hiring basically a trucking company to come and like pump it out of one location and dump it in another location on a daily basis. So it involved a lot of expense in that regard. And to avoid that, they approached the Hellertown Water Authority to see if there was something that would be more reasonable that they could do. And to the specific numbers, I don't have the actual numbers in front of me. The Water Authority is a public meeting, and certainly this is not the first time they've discussed the pumping station. So I think if you do have questions, I would invite you to the next Water Authority
They
meeting.
didn't tell you how much?
No, they did. I just can't recite the figure to you tonight. I don't have, I didn't write all of that down. The
Tom, do you remember what it
synopsis
was gonna
was
be?
that we saved money, and so that's what I'm reporting. I think if you have questions about the specifics of the pumping station, I direct you to the Water Authority, and I think you'd be happy to hear about all the volunteers and what they do there.
Well, you're the liaison, but Tom, you were the liaison to the Water Authority before, and what was the fee going to be if the Lower Saucon Water Authority didn't complete its pumping station in time?
It wasn't so much the fee, but Hellertown wanted to charge Lower Saucon for all of the upgrades to their system if we kept using it past, I believe, this year.
December 31st.
December 31st. And the authority worked out an agreement where it would be trucked away, not every day, but it had to be trucked away at least a couple times a month. And PennDOT agreed to pay for those costs because of the delay in the bridge was their fault. In fact, they showed PennDOT they couldn't go forward with the pumping station until PennDOT decided exactly where they were going to put the bridge. So PennDOT agreed to reimburse the township, the Water Authority, not the township, for taking the
trucking
stuff
costs
away. But yeah, it was Hellertown was holding basically a gun to the authorities' head, saying you have to pay for all these systems upgrades if you use it after December 31st, 2020.
And now it sounds like we're using that system, so I guess we can anticipate that the Water Authority is going to get a bill.
I don't know if they caved or if they went with PennDOT. I don't know what they're doing.
And if they get a bill, what effect will that be on our water and sewage rates?
Again, I'm just reporting to you what was said yesterday. Again, both of you would be invited to come to the Water Authority meetings. They are public, and what happened yesterday, which we weren't there at, as I explained, was that there is a cooperation. And I hope to move forward in cooperation, in the spirit of cooperation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I would like to say with condolences the passing of Gar Davison, who was the authority's, I don't remember what his title was, executive director. And I worked with Gar for many years. He was a great person. He was always there helping, and it's with regret. His heart was always in the right place, so I just like to take that moment to remember him with the authority. This week is Restaurant Week, runs till Saturday. You can go on the township's website, and thank you for posting all those places to go to eat and their menus, and hope people take advantage of that. We also received an odor complaint log today in emails, and there's a landfill meeting tomorrow, which that'll be discussed. The meeting's at 2, and I'm not going to go over the thing, but you can see this is a lot of odor complaints. So I also would like to reach out and thank the Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, because on Sunday, 287 residents were without power in Steel City. And power was out, I'm guessing maybe 5 hours, 6 hours, but when you went on the PPL website, it said that power would be restored at 11 p.m. on Tuesday. So everybody was panicking that we were going to be without electric for 2 hours. So I talked to Ty Johnson because, of course, the fire station needed to be heated because they, so the guys were working down there trying to get a generator going, and with the plan B would be that if the electric was out for a period of time, they were going to open Steel City Fire Company up for our residents for warmth and for charging phones or whatever they needed. So I really, really appreciate the thought to do that. So I want to thank them publicly. And with that, I'm done with my report. So moving on, do you have anything to add, Bob?
I have nothing.
Okay, thank you. The engineer, Brian, you're still awake? Do you have nothing? Okay, I think I covered all that. Junior counsel's not here because it's past their bedtime. So now we're opening up to the public for non-agenda, is this the list?
There's just people that might want to speak.
Okay. I don't know if people are still here or not. For non-agenda, 5 minutes. Bob?
I wanted to ask. I gotta go to the bathroom, man. Continue, please. Please, continue. What, you gonna ask me? All right, I'll stay for you then. I'll stay for one, now I'm going to the bathroom. You kill me. I'm an old man. I had to go back out to the car this evening. As I was getting into the car, you jokingly said to me, leaving already? You remember that? Yeah. Okay. And I said, what, something like, not a chance or something like that?
I don't know, I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah. And then what did you reply?
I said, you're gonna miss all the fun. And you would.
Case closed. All right, good, thank you. And you would have missed all the fun. You would have missed all the fun.
Okay, we have Mark Osmond.
All right,
You want to
go
speak
get
on
him.
agenda items? You have, I'm reading off the list.
Let's just, so we have stuff.
Okay. Anybody want to speak and come to the podium? Go ahead.
Well, I'll tell you. I've given talks all around the world, but none has been as entertaining as this one. I guess my question is about, I applaud your feel for wanting to cooperate with Hellertown. Unfortunately, I see the dark side of them, and it's not good. I would ask from the get-go, how did Giant ever get approved in that whole shopping center without capacity to handle the sewage that comes out of it? And why is PennDOT not laying in the money in order to get this done? I mean, this is lunacy, okay? So when the next time you're at this meeting, assuming that you're gonna be the liaison, and yes, to me, I would ask the hard numbers, what are we paying? Who's repaying it to us? Otherwise, it's just a social event. I can tell you, money makes a difference. If your taxes go up 20%, well, maybe you don't care. But me, on a fixed income, you're darn tootin' it matters to me. So I pay attention. I also pay attention to character. So as I was saying the last time, when I wanted to get up, I got up to speak, and you came out of the dark, and they ended up closing the meetings on because you wouldn't yield, because you had to save your whatever it was. And that's wrong, and I don't want to ever see that again. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Yes, please.
I know it's late, and I'll make this quick. It's the
Just
detective.
put the microphone.
Sure, maybe that's better. I know it's late, and I'll make this quick, but as an open agenda question I have, it's no secret that we've been talking to people on Lower Saucon, or Easton Road, between Beechwood and Mockingbird. We've been interested in looking at developing that site, or some of that site, in conjunction with the LM ordinance that was adopted last year. At the first meeting, there was some discussion of changing that ordinance back to R40. We've had numerous homeowners that we have either under agreement or discussions with, asking us if they'll get an opportunity to come and give their opinion as to a change back to R40. The homeowners down there, in many cases, have come to terms with us based on pricing that is above normal market pricing for their homes, so they are anxious to be able to go to an agreement where they can monetize homes that they aren't particularly happy with based on what's happening across the street. In all fairness to them, they would like to have an audience to come here and speak. They've asked us if we know anything about a forum where they can come in and at least have an open discussion with you all about your intention as to that ordinance, because for us to move forward and spend money, it really wouldn't make sense if the ordinance will change, and I think they want a fair read, as do we, as to what is next. And right now, we're flying in the dark. So, in due respect to both those people and us as developer, we'd like to understand timing and opportunity to voice opinions, either for or against the R40 change from the LM district between Mockingbird and Beechwood.
Did we put that on the agenda? Are we advertising?
No, it's not.
I think maybe for Mr. Pector's benefit, we did authorize the staff to prepare an ordinance to put the area that was previously in R40 and then that was rezoned in 2023 to LM light manufacturing. We authorized the staff to prepare an ordinance that would put it back in R40, but the staff is still working on that. I'm sure you know that once they prepare that ordinance, there's a procedure in place to have public hearings, and I indicated on January 2nd that I would really love to hear from all of the members of the audience and from anybody who would be impacted by that. So there would be when that ordinance comes forward, there would be an opportunity. I think there also was a discussion on January 2nd about the idea of looking at what uses were permitted in the LM district and what things we could do to provide for more opportunity for commercial uses in that area. I can tell you my concern was about warehousing in that area, and I'm sure you are aware we just invested over $3 million in a ball field that was part of that district. So I would say to you, please stay tuned, and as soon as we hear from our staff about when they have some proposals, we would then bring it forward in another public meeting. And as you know, if we ever did rezoning, we would have to have a hearing with all the public notice and all of that for everybody to come out.
Yeah, I understand, and it's probably a chicken and egg as to whether the ordinance pending would stop any ability to develop or not. I don't really know procedurally what dictates that law at this point, but those people, I think, should be heard at some point. They should be given an opportunity before it's not possible for them to monetize the property. If the council so votes to change it, that's, so be it. That's understood. But I do know a lot of them have not been in the audience at these meetings. They're asking us if they should come, and I'm trying to give them an answer and give them direction. On our side, we can look at municipal procedure and decide what, at what point the game's over anyway. But I think they do deserve a voice and an opinion to be heard.
I agree with you. And everything you said, I think we would be willing and happy to provide. And we have to legally, so there wouldn't be any situation where we could somehow pass something without them knowing.
And I agree too, there needs to be a forum, but I also, I hesitate to ask, but, you know, I think I'd like some advice from our solicitor as to when an ordinance is passed and then it's revoked, and people, whether it's Mr. Pecker or others, have made financial decisions and commitments on the ordinance as passed, what liability does the township have for taking or changing that? I think we need to know that. So, you know, I don't know if not tonight. I mean, I understand it's something you may need to look into, but I would be worried about the liability for people who said that they had an agreement to sell their house above market value, and now the township's pulling the rug underneath them. Can they go to court and sue us? I don't know. But would we be liable for that? Would the township be liable for anything like that? I think that we need to understand those questions before we change any ordinances. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
I have a letter I received from Larry Petfield. My name is Larry Petfield. I'm a current resident, township resident. In addition to this, my wife and I own 5.67 acres of additional raw land along Easton Road. We have owned this land for over 40 plus years. It has been in my family for 3 generations. We have been waiting a long time for the most recent zoning change, R40 to LM, in November of 2022. My wife and I are happy to see this come. We're happy to see this come. This property would not be our choice to live because of the surrounding environment. We have I-78 immediately to our south and LVIP to the north. We feel the zoning change was a good thing for us and the township, especially related to the revenue for the township and property value for us. It is a property in a commercial area that is finally zoned commercial. We ask that you please keep this zone commercial or light manufacturing for all the property owners on this stretch of Easton Road. Keeping this as light manufacturing zoning is going to help everyone not hurt their property values. Reverting this back to R40 is a true step backwards when considering the value of people's properties.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Barker, is that the same gentleman, do you know, that was here on January 2nd? I think there was a gentleman that talked about
I think it was.
that type of property. Okay, I just wanted to confirm it was the same gentleman. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no one else in the audience that care to speak, then is there a motion for adjournment?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Victoria, I'll second.
Mr. Banonis, how do you vote?
No, yes.
Ms. Alcantara?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci?
So soon? Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deland?
Yes.
Motion passes. Have a good night.
Okay, and the time is what?
Good morning.
11:52.
Good morning.
Yes, I should.
What's his problem? Me? It's finally over at midnight.
Well, there's more like that. Okay, right now we're inside. That little bridge at the Shelter Station. That would be the final sizable and okay. And further down the heights, before 78 is through the old social place, it goes straight to Courteous. Okay. See, like, that's what the fire company is. Okay. So I don't know why there's is it